Hey guys, good morning. Can everybody see me, hear me, all that good stuff? I really, really hate this setup. I'm gonna order a tripod for the iPad and try to fix it where I'm looking at my screen and my camera at the same time. Who's always late, Wiggles? I was not late today. Hi guys, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel and my weird setup that I'm not happy about. Emergency computers suck. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Wiggles. Hey, Judy. Let's see what Judy has for us today. On July 8th, during a search of a property associated with Kat Melander and recently visited by Chandler, investigators discovered human remains, which they identified as Bart Halderson. A rifle confirmed to have belonged to Chandler was discovered. On July 14th in Roxbury, an area Chandler was known to frequent, additional remains were found and ID'd as belonging to Krista Halderson. Her specific cause of death couldn't be determined, as the only remains found were her legs. That's all they ever found of his mom's? Oh my God, where's the rest of her? Oh my God. Exactly, Wiggles. What he should have done. Oh, Marty's always late. Okay, not me. Hey, Michelle. Yeah, what he should have just done is sat his parents down and said, "Look, I'm so sorry, but I've been lying to you. And what's the worst that could have happened? They would have got mad, but they would have figured out a way to deal with it. And he probably wouldn't have liked the way they would have dealt with it. It would have been like, okay, Jennifer, um, it would have been like, okay, well, if you're gonna live under our roof, you've got to get a job. You have to start paying rent. Like, he would not have liked the consequences of coming clean, but he wouldn't be in prison right now, and he'd still have his parents. It's, I know, right? It's so extreme for something that was so stupid. All you had to do was sit down and come clean. I've been lying to you. Growing up, and it doesn't fit the situation because his lies just snowballed and they kept getting bigger lies and bigger lies and bigger lies. But growing up, it was always, you may not get in trouble for what you did, but you will definitely get in trouble if you lie about it. So it was always tell the truth because whatever you did may not be a big deal. So I mean, of course, there were times that I lied to my parents, but 9 times out of 10, if I wasn't sure it was something that was going to get me in trouble, I didn't lie about it. Because sometimes they would be like, oh, okay, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Um, we took in my second cousin's, a long story, but we took in my two second cousins, they were sisters, for a little while. And they would just, it was like they didn't know how to tell the truth. They were just constantly lying. And my mom and dad went somewhere, and I think the youngest one had already left and gone back to her mom, but the older one we still had. And my mom and dad had gone somewhere, and she'd gotten into my makeup or my nail polish or something, and I had dealt with it. I think I was an adult and I was in college, but I was still living at home. And I had dealt with it. I had, I don't remember specifics, but I had dealt with her already. And so when they got back, I told my mom what happened, and I was like, don't say anything to her, don't punish her. I've taken care of it. It's all over and done with. And then my mom, you guys know about my relationship with my mom. So then my mom asked her about it, and she lied to my mom. So then she got in trouble again. After I was like, Mom, I said I took care of it. And then I felt so bad for the poor thing because I probably shouldn't have felt bad for her because she lied, but she got in trouble for lying. And if my mom had not asked her, because I told her, don't say anything, it's done, over with, I took care of it. But yeah, that was a big thing in my house, was like, don't lie. You get in trouble for the lie. You might not get in trouble for what you're lying about. So like I can't stand a liar. And I that's why I just cannot stand it. Don't lie to me. I don't like it. Not even like a little tiny lie. Just there's no reason to lie. Just say what happened or what like why are you lying about it? And if you don't want to tell me about it, then don't tell me anything. Just don't lie about it. So I don't understand why people lie. If you don't want to talk about something, just don't talk about it, but don't like lie or embellish or I don't get it. But like I don't understand. I I was like that when I had cancer. I even prayed for it. I will share my breakfast with you when I am ready, young lady. So demanding. You're awful cute though. Okay, so we are on part three of Chandler Halderson. We heard from his girlfriend's mom and his girlfriend's mom's girlfriend, as well as other law enforcement last week. Um, the people that found the body. No, that was the other trial. Never mind. Yeah, we did, didn't we? Yes, she found, or did she just find, hey Marty, or did she just find like the saw blades and stuff? See, now I'm getting trials mixed up. And I'm frozen. Why am I frozen? I am still frozen. Why am I frozen?
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Before we commence, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask, as I must, whether anyone was exposed to intentionally or unintentionally or engaged in conversations or overheard conversations or any discussions about this case while you were outside of the courtroom for our lunch break. I see no hands. Thanks very much. Well, we will resume with the state's case in chief, Attorney Raymond.
Yes, we're going to call Detective Sabrina Sims for a limited purpose.
I knew somebody found something. Just found the
You
pew
solemnly
pew.
swear
Yes.
affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
My battery was dying on the iPad, so it froze it. It wasn't my connection. So I plugged the iPad in, so
And
we're good.
with the both case detectives, if you return to the stands, if you're still able and willing to testify without a mask, I won't engage in the question with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Detective Sims, I assume your name is still spelled the same as yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we won't go through that again. In the course of this investigation, were various warrants and subpoenas written?
Yes, they were.
And what is the purpose of a warrant or a subpoena?
Depending on the type, we're looking for records from companies or businesses. For example, cell phone companies, medical records, things of that sort.
Okay. Basically telling them they have to turn over whatever you wrote the subpoena for.
That's correct.
Okay. And were such records written to local healthcare and hospitals in the area?
Yes,
Okay. Specifically for the defendant's records?
that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 494. What is Exhibit 494?
It is a subpoena and return for the UW Health records of Chandler Halderson.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that subpoena?
Yes, it does.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 494 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It is received.
And of course, a lot of it is just legal mumbo jumbo, but I have noted with a pink tab there, a paragraph. It's on page 1347 of Discovery for Counsel. Would you just read to the jury this paragraph, what specifically UW Health was court ordered to provide your office with?
Sure. Certified copies of medical records pertaining to Chandler M. Halderson, male white, date of birth 3/15/1998. More specifically, a complete copy of the official medical records to include outpatient notes, all discharge summaries, all pathology reports, and all clinic summaries, X-ray EKG, and lab reports collected and created by UW Health pertaining to the Halderson's examination on or around June 17th, 2021, and any follow-up treatment as a result of a head injury.
All right. So you asked for the records for that day that he went into the ER, but also for any follow-up appointments.
That's correct.
Did you receive records from UW Health for the day he was seen at the ER?
Yes, we did.
Did you receive any records for any follow-up appointments?
We did not.
Okay. But they were court ordered to provide them had any follow-up appointments occurred?
That's correct.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibits 492 and 493. What are those two exhibits? What is 492 first?
492 is a document from UW Health, including a certification of medical records from CIOX Health. And it is the health records from UW in regards to patient Chandler M. Halderson for treatment he received on June 17th, 2021.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you received from UW Health in response to your court order?
Yes, it does.
And what is document 493?
493 is a CIOX Health certification of medical records for Chandler Halderson, certifying the records that we received. CIOX Health is a records management company that manages the records for UW.
So they are the ones who receive the subpoenas and they output or answer the subpoenas and send you the court-ordered records.
That's correct.
At this time, I would move exhibits 493 and 492 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are
Marty.
received.
And I'm of course not going to put these on the overhead because they're very small print, but I am going to ask on page 1207 or page 10 of the medical records, I'm going to ask that you just read this paragraph for the jury.
And which exhibit number
I'm
is
sorry, that is on 492.
Thank you.
Sure. On arrival, the patient presented as above and was promptly evaluated by this provider. VS, Victor Sam, were reviewed, which were reassuring. Exam notable for midline C2, C3 tenderness to palpation. Patient was promptly provided a cervical collar. Obtain CT, head and CT cervical spine, both of which were negative. Given the patient remains with midline cervical spine tenderness, palpation was placed in a PMT, Paul, Mary, Tom, collar. Patient likely suffered a mild concussion. We did discuss signs or symptoms that would warrant immediate return to the emergency department, for which patient verbalized understanding. Patient was provided concussion protocol for home, in addition to prescription for Zofran for nausea. Patient and patient's father were in agreement with treatment plan, was subsequently discharged home. Stable condition with neurosurgical follow-up in 4 to 6 weeks for repeat evaluation of his cervical spine.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination?
Detective Sims, as far as the subpoena goes, that was directly to UW Hospital, correct?
Can I look at the document again? It was UW Health. There's just multiple hospitals, UW hospitals and clinics.
And let me ask a better question.
Sure.
No other subpoenas to any other hospitals in Madison were sent out, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Detective, thank you. You may return to your seat.
Is she trying to imply he went to different hospitals for the same condition?
State calls Dr. Lohmeyer to the stand. Just want to go to the gentleman in the gray jacket.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm your testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I take it from your title, you work in healthcare. If your preference is, and if you believe you should remain masked while testifying, I have no problem with that. If you believe you can safely and responsibly not wear your mask and testify, I leave you that choice.
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable removing it if that's the court's preference.
That is the preference, and that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
also going to ask that you move that mic a little closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell them for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Lohmeyer, L-O-H-M-E-I-E-R.
How are you employed?
I'm an emergency physician at the University of Wisconsin Hospital and Clinics.
Okay. Were you employed as such in June of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're an ER physician, so you have a MD?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And I assume as an ER physician, you see lots of patients.
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume you do not remember all the details of every visit.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. So I believe it might even still be up there. No. Are they at the
Detective,
table?
Marty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Detective, not defective. Detective.
So doctor, would it assist you to have a certified medical record of the visit with the patient we're going to discuss today in order to testify?
Yes, thank you.
And I'm also going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 491. How would you identify Exhibit
Where's
491?
Nancy?
This looks like my CV, my curriculum vitae.
All right, and for people that aren't in the science or academia, is that a fancy way to say resume?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And that includes all your training,
That's
including
correct.
where you went to med school, other trainings you have participated in.
That's correct.
Move Exhibit 491 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
So on June 17th of 2021, did you in fact see a patient named Chandler Halderson?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you have any independent, before you look at the certified medical record, do you have any independent recollection of that visit?
Prior to being contacted by the subpoena, I did not have any recollection of the visit, no.
Okay, so feel free to review and to look at the certified medical record. I think it's helpful for the court just to know if you're looking at the record when you are.
Sure.
So do you know about what time of day you saw Mr. Halderson on June 17th?
I believe it was around noon.
Okay. And what symptoms did he report, or where did he report to?
I don't think I understand. Where did he
Sure,
report?
I'm sorry. You work for the UW system. There's more than one UW hospital in
Yes, ma'am.
Madison, right?
Yes. That day I was working out at the emergency department at the UW hospital at the American Center, also known as TAC.
Okay, and that's way out on the east side.
East side, correct.
And did Mr. Halderson present there in the ER?
Yes, that's correct. He self-presented.
Okay, and had you met him before this day?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. What symptoms did he present with?
I believe he was complaining of some pain to his head and his right ribs after a reported fall down some stairs.
So what did you do in your treatment?
In the emergency department, we have an attending physician who's responsible for all patients that present to the ED. We also have a team of physician assistants who we work with. At that time, my physician assistant went and evaluated the patient first. He came up with a treatment plan. We discussed it. I evaluated the patient afterwards and agreed on the plan, and then got some imaging.
Okay. What imaging did you get?
We got a CT scan, a CAT scan of his head and his C-spine, his cervical spine.
What?
And what, if anything, did that imaging reveal?
Those images were reported as being negative without abnormality.
Did you perform any other tests?
So he had a physical exam during which the PA and I both did an abbreviated physical exam looking for any signs of injury. We did discuss with the patient a potential x-ray of his ribs because he was having some right-sided chest tenderness. At that time, the patient declined the additional imaging, and I think about that time we closed the encounter.
Did you run any other sort of tests such as blood tests or anything like that?
I would need to refer back. I don't recall.
Yeah, and I didn't mean that as a trick question in any way.
Yes, ma'am. This looks different than the one we usually have. Typically, we will get some screening blood work on patients as well. I don't have that information in the front of my mind. I'll have to review here quickly.
Well, actually, let me just ask perhaps a more precise question. When somebody comes in with and self-reports a fall, maybe has some bruising, is there any test that you can do to determine, yes, they have a concussion?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, a concussion is a clinical diagnosis. It's usually a rule out by testing for other conditions such as skull fractures, bleeding around the brain, things of that nature. When we don't find those, there's not really a good blood test or an imaging test that definitively diagnoses a concussion.
So if I showed up in your ER today and told you I fell, my head hurts, I hit my head, would I be diagnosed with a concussion?
A head injury alone is typically not enough to get a diagnosis of concussion. Usually there are some symptoms that go along with it. I have photophobia, so bright lights bother me, loud noises bother me. Looking at a computer screen or a television is difficult. Sometimes people will complain of difficulty concentrating, nausea, some of those symptoms. So generally, it is the combination of a head strike with some other clinical symptoms or complaints that will give a diagnosis of a concussion.
And those symptoms, again, are self-report symptoms.
That's correct.
They're not symptoms that you can actually look at cells or look at imaging and say, yep, you have nausea.
That's correct.
Okay. And what was after you did the imaging, what was sort of the take-home plan or continued care plan for Mr. Halderson?
The take-home plan was conservative management. So we generally have patients with mild to moderate concussions managed with Tylenol, ibuprofen, over-the-counter meds. Occasionally, we'll give a prescription for an antiemetic or an anti-nausea medication so that they can drink plenty of fluids and stay well hydrated. I believe for this case, the patient had some residual neck pain, so he was given a collar to go home with for support with instruction to follow up with his primary care physician and with the spine team that was on call.
Is it unusual for you to hand out a neck brace or a neck collar with somebody who says, hey, my neck is hurting?
No, ma'am, it is not unusual at all.
Okay. And you said diagnosis of a mild or moderate concussion. What, in this case, did you diagnose Mr. Halderson with?
I believe he was diagnosed as having a mild concussion, and I believe in the notes it reported him as having just a CHI, a closed head injury, so a non-specific diagnosis.
What?
Did you, in his presentation to you, did he state whether or not he had taken anything for the pain he was experiencing?
I do not recall that information off the top of my head. I would have to review the notes.
Do you mind reviewing the notes?
Sure.
It's part of a neuro check, Marty. It's a common question for a neuro check. Yes, it is for football players, but that's a neuro check question. How many fingers? Wednesday. Oh my God.
So I do not have that information in my addendum at the bottom. He may have reported that information to either the nurse or the PA who saw him, but I did not personally take any of that information.
Okay, thank you. And you said you had provided a neck collar. What instructions, if any, did you give him concerning that neck collar?
Yes, ma'am. So when we have someone with persistent pain but negative imaging, they go home with what's called a PMT collar. It's a soft collar that gives support to the head and the neck. And in general, they're instructed to follow up with their primary care physician and a spine physician if they're continuing to have pain or symptoms, generally in the 4 to 6 week period. I will say that many times patients have improvement of their symptoms before, so they'll self-remove their collars and they may or may not present later for follow-up.
At any point, did you give Mr. Halderson directions that he had to wear it for a certain amount of time?
I did not specifically give him that information, no.
Okay. At any point in time during your visit with Mr. Halderson, did you tell him he was going to experience paralysis?
No, ma'am.
At any point during your time with Mr. Halderson, did you tell him that he had a brain bleed?
No, ma'am.
At any point during your appointment with Mr. Halderson, did you at any point tell him that he had a brain aneurysm?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you tell him that he had nerve damage?
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
At any point, did you tell him he had a spinal injury?
No, I don't believe so.
At any point, did you advise him that he should not fly in an airplane?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you tell him that he should not drive?
I don't believe so, no.
At any point, did you ever say that he shouldn't drive long distances?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you tell him that he had a hematoma in his brain?
No, ma'am, I did not.
At any point, did you tell him that he would have an inability to use his legs in a normal manner?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you tell him because of his mild concussion that he was going to have a colostomy bag?
No, ma'am.
And just to be clear, that's a bag for poop.
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you have to drill a hole into his head?
No, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you tell him that he was going to have surgery where a hole would be drilled in his head?
No, ma'am.
No
Are
further
these
questions.
all things that he said he was told at the
Good
hospital?
afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
I don't have a lapel mic, so I'm just going to stay seated, if that's okay with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you did diagnose Chandler Halderson with a mild concussion, right?
That's correct.
And you can diagnose someone with a concussion even though the imaging didn't show any abnormalities, correct?
That's correct.
When you diagnose someone with a concussion close in time to when the injury or the hit to the brain happens, symptoms can either improve or get worse after that moment in time, correct?
That's correct.
So when they leave the ER, sometimes people get better, sometimes people experience ongoing or more symptoms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when Mr. Halderson was leaving the ER, he was given a sheet of instructions of things to watch for, correct?
I believe so, yes.
On that sheet would have been things such as blurred vision, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Increasing pain in the head, increasing headaches, correct?
Yes.
Weakness in his extremities, correct?
Yes.
And you wouldn't know whether these things actually happened or not unless the patient reports back to you, correct?
That is correct.
But he would be told to be on alert for these things if they happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And to generally rest and avoid stimulation in order to improve his concussion symptoms, correct?
That is correct.
Things like avoid bright lights, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Screens,
Yes.
video games, things like that, correct?
That's correct.
And really, one of the treatments for a concussion is just to sit in a, darkened room and really not do anything with your brain, correct?
Rest is generally one of the recommendations, yes.
Now, as a result of his visit, you did prescribe him some medication, correct?
That is correct.
For nausea?
Yes.
And what was that?
It's a medication called ondansetron. It's also
And it
known
is
as Zofran.
magic.
It's an anti-nausea medication.
He had reported feeling like he was going to throw up, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that's why you would prescribe him that medication.
Yes, ma'am. It's also to help prevent dehydration. So sometimes people will get dehydrated, their headache will get worse. And so we would like
Well, your nerves kind of control whether or not you're continent, but they wouldn't put a colostomy bag in just because you're incontinent. So no, that is not something that you get just because you have a concussion. That's not a thing. You get a colostomy bag when you have some type of defect in your intestines and they have to remove a part, or you have something wrong and they have to do surgery down there. They do a colostomy bag to rest the bowel. Like if they have to resection, like if you have a bad area and they have to cut it out, and then like they have to cut out a section and then sew it back together, then you would have like a temporary colostomy bag while that section of your bowel is healing, so that the poop doesn't go through the part that's trying to heal. So no, a concussion does not make you need a colostomy bag. Boy, this dude was inventive with his lies, wasn't he? He just like, yeah, I need all kinds of stuff now because I fell down the stairs.
Like them to stay hydrated. So sometimes it's a preventative measure as well.
And just to be clear, when someone reports that they have a headache, as Ms. Raymond asked you, there's no test, blood test or something like that, that can confirm what the person is telling you, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, when he presented in the ER that day, wanted to ask you what this means. Patient remains with midline cervical spine tenderness palpation. What do those words mean?
So as part of the physical exam, when we are examining a patient, we will actually press on the spinous process over the middle of their neck. He had tenderness on presentation, which was a big part of the reason why we got the CT scan to begin with. And on reassessment after the negative imaging, we reassessed the patient. He still had persistent pain in the midline there, which is not a direct indicator of an injury, but it does say we should keep the collar on for safety.
And when he left with the collar that day, you testified that there was no set time he was supposed to wear the collar, or you didn't give him a set number of days to wear the collar. Is that right?
I don't believe so, no. The instructions were to follow up with his primary care physician and with our spine doctor.
And that was in 4 to 6 weeks?
Generally, that's the time frame that they recommend. I can't recall specifically for this case, but I generally encourage patients to call if they're continuing to have any symptoms after they go home.
That's it, thank you.
Redirect.
Just a couple quick questions. Doctor, with self-report symptoms such as nausea or headache, is the information you receive from the patient only as good as the accuracy or honesty of that information?
I'm not sure that I totally follow the question.
Sure. If a patient lies to you and says, my arm hurts or my head hurts, is that information useful to you if it is in fact a lie?
I tend to take my patients at their word. I think that if I get into trying to second guess them, it gets to be, my job gets too complicated. So when patients present symptoms, I generally take them, unless I have something to prove or disprove, I take them at their word.
Sure. But my question is not how you interpret the information. As far as scientifically or medically accurate, is it only valuable in as much as it is true?
Yes, I assume that it's true and that's how it's medically relevant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May the doctor be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
You're excused from your subpoena and released from the same.
Okay.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The state calls Catherine Melander.
Ooh,
Oh, I'll take those.
where is Ken? Because Ken was saying that her testimony was crazy.
You're going to go with that gentleman in the gray coat right there. Doctor?
Raise your right hand.
Take her.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm your testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Fight. Quit barking at your food.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, sorry. Ms. Melander, first, let me ask you, because I was preoccupied, I didn't hear, did you verbally answer yes to the oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Secondly, are you in a position where you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask?
No.
You need to wear your mask in order to believe you can protect yourself?
Yes.
From the virus and
Yes.
safety concerns. All right, then I won't force you to take off your mask if you believe that is true.
Thank you.
All right.
You work in the healthcare field, do you not?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you please state and spell your name for us?
Catherine Melander, Cathryn, Melander, Mellender.
And ask you to grab the base of the microphone and pull it really close because the fans are on. That creates a level of noise. Your voice is on the softer side and you have a mask. So
Okay.
being up really close to it will make sure we can all hear. Thank you. Go right ahead.
You go by Cat, correct?
Correct.
Can I call you Kat today?
Yes, please.
Okay. Kat, how old are you?
I'm 21 years of age.
And do you live here in the Madison area?
I do live in the Madison area.
Okay. And do you know
Yes,
someone named
Michelle,
Chandler
this is the
Halderson?
I
girlfriend.
How do you know Chandler?
We were in a relationship.
Okay. At this point, something's going to happen. The judge is going to ask everyone out here to lower their mask, and I'm going to ask you if you see Chandler in the courtroom. It's one of the strange things we're going to do. So the judge will go.
Don't say anything until everybody has remasked. If everyone can lower their masks for a count of three.
Oh, his
One,
seafood.
everybody within the courtroom, except in the jury box. 1, 2, 3,
He
replacing
likes
masks.
Is
seafood.
Chandler in the room here today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where he's sitting and describe what he's wearing?
He's over there with a blue tie and a blazer.
I'd ask to reflect identification of the defendant.
It shall, thank you.
When did you first begin your relationship with Chandler?
In August 2019.
And how did you meet?
We met through a friend.
What was Chandler, what was going on in his life when you first met? What was he doing with his life?
He was attending college. He was living at home and preparing to move into an apartment. Dog sitting quite often.
And where were you in life? What were you up to when you first met back in 2019?
When I first met Chandler, I was going to school as well, part of Student Senate, doing shows in the theater department.
What types of things did you and Chandler do in your relationship? Did you go on a lot of dates together?
Yeah, we would grab dinners, have movie dates, just sit at home and watch movies, go on walks quite often, play with the dogs. That was a big thing. We loved playing Frisbee with the dogs. Start shows together.
Sure. Around 2019 and 2020, and then obviously into this year a little bit, or into last year, 2021, how would you and Chandler communicate with each other? Just by calling each other, or were there other things too?
We would talk on Snapchat, text, FaceTime, and call quite often.
Okay. Would you also, so it's text, Snapchat, call, FaceTime? Mm-hmm. Would sometimes you start communicating about a subject on one and then switch to another and then switch back?
Yes.
Fair to say you communicated or you texted a lot with Chandler.
Yes.
And you've seen in this case, probably at some point, printouts of even just a couple of days of your text messages, which are hundreds of pages long, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any sort of relationship with Chandler's family?
Yes.
Let's start with his brother, Mitchell. Did you know Mitchell?
I did know Mitchell.
Tell me about your relationship with Mitchell.
I would hang out with him at the family events, be it like a dinner or for the holidays. We had a game night at his home once with Caitlin and Chandler and myself. Usually see him during family events.
What about, let's start with Bart. Did you have a relationship, or how did you know Bart Halderson?
I knew Mr. Halderson through Chandler. I would be at their home quite often, and he would show me fishing tips, or if I was cooking, him and Mrs. Halderson would be in the kitchen, and we would have game nights quite often. And we would also play Mario Kart together a lot.
Wow.
Okay.
I have a handkerchief.
Go ahead and take a moment.
Oh, wow. That's sad.
What about Krista? Could you tell me about your relationship with Krista Halderson?
Mrs. Halderson and I, we would text often about what we're doing in our lives and talk about the dogs and Chandler, and we would talk about recipes and food we want to try, and if I was cooking them something from my culture, she would always be excited, and we talk about it and always talk about game nights and wanting to do a girls' trip to Disneyland together. with her, I and Caitlin.
You texted often with Miss Halderson?
Yes, I did.
Positive relationship, a good relationship?
Yeah,
Did you like her?
I did like Miss Halderson a lot.
Did you like Mr. Halderson?
Yes, I did.
You were over at the Halderson home quite a bit,
Very often, yes.
and that's over in Windsor, Oak Springs Circle?
Yes.
I'm going to object to leading.
I'm sorry, I didn't use my phone.
That's fine. Sure. Whereabouts?
Leading questions.
We'll withdraw the question and I'll ask it again. Whereabouts did the Haldersons live?
They lived in Windsor, past that big church. I don't know the road of it, but it was past the big church, right by a pond.
When you were over at the house, did you mostly stick in one spot or did you kind of treat it like your own home, go wherever you needed to go?
I would go wherever I needed to go within reason.
Back in June of this year, just before maybe everything that we're going to talk about happened, were you over at the Halderson home and had an occasion to maybe go in the basement?
Yes.
Why did you go in the basement while you were over there?
I went into the basement to grab ice cream and soda to make root beer floats with Mr. and Mrs. Halderson in Chandler.
And this is sometime in, when is it?
June.
Okay. And why were you going to the basement to grab those items? Where were they? They were in the basement?
They were in the basement in the freezer.
Okay. The Haldersons had a freezer in the basement?
Two.
Objection. There's leading questions going on.
I'll sustain. Go ahead and phrase carefully.
Tell me about what freezers the Haldersons had.
They had a chest freezer and then a tall one, kind of like a fridge, but it was just a freezer.
Okay. And did you have an occasion ever to go in the chest freezer?
Yes.
And what types of things were in there?
Mostly fish, specifically salmon, veggies. Sometimes they'd keep ice bags in there.
Was it full?
Yes.
The other freezer, did you have occasions to go in that on occasion?
Just once.
Okay. And was it being used in full?
Yes.
Is there a screen on in front of you right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21 has been received into evidence in this case. I think we went too far, Judge. There was a happy medium there in the second. Well, that's what we discussed.
Is the Elmo on? It's the light.
There we go. There's a little bit of a glare on that, but is that look to be the Halderson's basement or something else?
Yes, it's the Halderson basement.
And that chest freezer that's open right there, is that the chest freezer that you had been in previously?
Yes.
And was it full when you saw it in June?
Yes.
Was it sitting like that open when you saw it last?
No.
Okay. Was it in that general location when you saw it last?
Yes.
In your relationship with Chandler, was there a lot of discussion about money?
Yes.
Was it important to you that whoever you were dating have a job or going to school or something?
Yes.
Can you tell me why that would be important?
Just think being self-sufficient.
Okay.
It's either in school or working.
Okay. As far as you knew, in 2020 and this year even, 2021, let's say the spring of last year, was Chandler going to school?
Yes.
Did he talk about that with you?
Yes.
What did you know about where Chandler was going to school and what he was doing?
He was taking classes online through MITC for UW, and it was for an IT degree.
Would Chandler talk a lot about school with you?
Often.
What kind of things would you talk about?
When we'd have tests or homework that we were doing.
Going in this year, did he ever show you any sort of like work
Why
he
is
was
he
doing for
saying
school,
we?
any projects, things like that?
He showed me some coding he was doing once.
For a class? You said he was going online. Did Chandler ever physically go there as far as you knew? For a class?
I don't remember.
This spring, going into the summer, prior to everything happening, did you believe Chandler was going to MATC?
Yes.
Did you ever see his grades? Did he ever share his grades with you or transcripts or anything like that?
No, he didn't show me.
Do you know how close he was to graduating?
One class away, I believed.
Did you and Chandler ever talk about him working with the police at all, with scuba diving or anything like that?
With the DNR.
Sure. Tell me about that.
He told me he would scuba dive for the DNR and then sometimes help out the police through the DNR.
Did he say what he would do for them, like specifically?
Scuba diving, look in the lakes for stuff.
Was this like a job or a volunteer thing? What was your understanding from Chandler?
I believe it was a job.
And did he have this throughout the time you were dating?
During the summer.
Were there ever times where Chandler would go to that job as far as you knew, or need to schedule time to be there?
Yes.
How would that come up?
He would just tell me he had to be on call days and we couldn't hang out those days.
Yeah.
Or he would only have select
Very
time
long
to hang
time.
out or else he'd be on call.
So there'd be times you couldn't hang out because he would say he was on call?
Mm-hmm.
How often would that come up in your relationship?
Carla's here? I didn't see her come in. Hey,
don't
Carla.
remember.
But it came up?
It did.
Okay. Did you ever see Chandler with any sort of scuba diving equipment?
Carl, I'm sorry,
oxygen
I didn't see you
tanks,
come
those
in.
flippers that people put on, anything like that?
No.
Did you believe he worked at this dive team job back
Yes.
at that time?
Yes.
At some points in the past year and a half or so, did Chandler get a job with American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And what did Chandler tell you about that, or what did you know about what he was doing?
That it was an internship to help graduate through school, and he'd be doing stuff with solar panels and laying up plans for companies, going through American Family and such.
So it was an internship. Was it eventually a job or something else, like where he got paid?
A paid internship, I believe.
Okay. Did he ever show you any of his work that he was working on?
He showed me a plan on a whiteboard that he was drawing up.
When you say a whiteboard, what do you mean by that?
Like a whiteboard that you hang up in your home or see in school.
Okay. And what was on that whiteboard that he was showing you, if you remember?
A building and where they wanted to place the solar panels and how it was by a highway, so it would be a safety hazard for the direction they want to point it in because of the angle of the sun could be blinding the drivers.
Okay. Did you seem excited about this project when he was talking to you about it?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chandler have any issues with pay at American Family Insurance and getting his paychecks?
Yes.
Tell me what you know about that from Chandler.
That there was something going on with who American Family would go through for payment, that the check went to the wrong address and then it had to be canceled, and then he tried setting up for direct deposit and something happened with that, and then the amount that they had to pay him was too much, so they didn't believe they owed someone that amount of money, and then it just wasn't getting to him.
Okay.
Because of this issue or maybe others,
makes
were there
sense.
times in your relationship where it didn't seem like Chandler had a lot of money?
Yes.
When you all went out to get food or something along those lines, would it be more common for you to pay or for him to pay, or how would that work?
For me to pay.
Yeah. Sure. 1 second. I'll tell you before. Yeah. You might not have some specific dates, and that's totally okay, but do you know approximately kind of the time period Chandler was working at American Family Insurance?
Believe January until the spring.
Okay. Kind of the same question as before with MATC, and ask you about transcripts. Regarding American Family Insurance, did you ever see any documents, pay stubs, contracts, HR stuff, anything with like the logo of American Family kind of around Chandler or in his bedroom or anything like that?
I did not.
And in that time period you were dating, 2020 and 2021, while he said he had this job, did you believe he was working at American Family Insurance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At some point going into 2021, so just last year before the summer, did it appear that Chandler had gotten a new job or was in the process of getting a new job?
Yes.
And where was that job at?
The company or the
Yeah,
location?
what was the company?
SpaceX.
Okay. So what's going to happen now is the attorneys and I are going to talk to the judge for 1 second. So some weird white noise is going to come on. Be a good second to take a drink of water if you want, but it's going to be about 1 minute, okay?
Boy, he's obsessed with people drinking water while they're on break. What? Oh my gosh. No, what are you doing, you stupid thing?
Thank you.
No, what did I do?
We were on a call.
Did he have an interview?
Yeah.
506. But I want you to look at that for 506.
Oh,
We
crud.
were on a call.
Thank you.
How did you first learn that Chandler was going to work at SpaceX?
He mentioned it while we were on a call.
Did he have an interview?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as in this case as exhibits 506. But I want you to look at that for a second, and just quickly, you'll notice we've redacted some things. You've seen this type of exhibit before, correct?
Correct.
And we've redacted your phone number out of this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Chandler's saved in your phone as kind of a name. What is that name?
Hubby.
And that's just something you would call him?
Yes.
Okay. But are these messages with Chandler and you, looks like back in May of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the first one that Chandler says?
I have a good feeling about SpaceX.
Okay. I'll move 506 into evidence.
Any objection?
Subject to what was said on the record, no.
It is
They
received.
come on that screen, okay? So we're going to talk about some of them. Just real quick, because it's the first one that we're going to do that looks like this. Your phone was taken by the police and downloaded in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to try to get the lighting just right, and that might be the trick right there. So in the blue here, that's Chandler, correct?
Correct.
I have a good feeling about SpaceX, and if we're looking at it, the date on these messages is down there. It's also right there, but this one I'll read out loud just because it's a bit hard to see. We're at the 23rd of May of 2020. You say, I'm proud of you. What does Chandler say there?
Thanks. I hope I get a job.
And you say, me too. In general, were you hoping Chandler got this job?
Yes.
Why?
He seemed excited about it. A lot of pay.
A lot of pay? Did Chandler ever tell you how much money he'd be making at SpaceX?
Around 800,000.
800,000?
Sorry, I apologize. 80,000.
80,000? Okay. So after you say, me too, we're still on the 23rd, he says, I'll be happy. And you respond, I'll be very happy for you too. You'll get the money you want, the job you want, right? You were happy for him.
Correct.
You talked a little bit, and we're going to flip through some of these that maybe aren't super relevant. As we talked about, you texted a lot. But you're talking about the location and the money, and Chandler says, can you read that one for us?
But I'll be happy with money.
And you say maybe they'll transfer you in a couple years. Was there any discussion about that around that time?
Yes.
And what was that discussion about? Maybe transferring or where this job was?
Why would you want to leave
The job
Florida?
is in Florida.
Okay. And that would take
Florida's
you to Florida as
amazeballs.
well?
Correct.
Okay. Was it your intention to move with Chandler?
Yes.
And on May 24th, he sends you this message. What does it say?
I have a follow-up interview for Florida tomorrow.
And as that kind of approached, on the 25th now of May, you're saying, tell
But
me.
he had
kind
no
of in an
money,
exaggerated
Michelle.
fashion, but
He
just tell
didn't
me what's going
have a
on.
job.
Yes.
Just because he
does
pretended
Chandler
didn't
say?
mean he had the money
Shoot,
to pay
sorry,
for
I got the job.
anything.
And you say, congratulations.
How are you going to pay for anything if you don't have a job?
You have a discussion about the job in general, and eventually Chandler, the same day, the 25th, what does he say to you?
I have training next week over the computer, and I leave June 11th and start on June 14th.
Yeah, that would have been a
You and
red
Chandler
flag for
discuss,
me.
perhaps, I think you said that you were going to move with him eventually, right?
Correct.
Was it going to be right away, or were you going to wait a couple weeks?
Wait a couple weeks.
Okay. And what does Chandler text you on the 25th?
I'll come back every other weekend, hon.
And what else?
And I can send you money till your lease is up and you move in with me.
The text messages that day end with Chandler sending you a couple messages. Can you read the first one?
If you're positive you want to be with me for the long run.
Was that in relation to you moving with him?
Yes.
And he says, what last?
Because if you're not, then I don't think you should.
Did the topic of you and Chandler moving to Florida, is that like something you talked about a lot?
Yes.
Were you excited about that?
Yes.
But he didn't have
Just
a
tell your
job. He
family.
was lying about
Yes.
that.
Tell your friends.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case. Exhibit number 507. Can you tell me what that is?
A screenshot of the SpaceX location in Florida.
And was this taken off your phone?
Yes.
Why'd you take that screenshot?
I was curious about the location of the company.
Okay. What's exhibit number 508?
A screenshot from Zillow of homes in Titusville, Florida.
Okay. And it's a screenshot, but there's something else in that screenshot in the top right corner. What is that?
Chandler?
How does this happen? This is on your phone, you're taking a screenshot?
Yes.
Are you FaceTiming at this time?
Yes.
And are you looking up, what are you looking up there?
Homes for sale.
In Titusville, Florida?
Yes.
I'm showing it's been marked as exhibit 509. What's that?
A pool.
And was this another one of the homes you were looking up?
Yes.
When you took these screenshots, when you were FaceTiming with your boyfriend at the time, did you believe that you were possibly going to be moving to Florida and maybe buying a home or renting an apartment, things of that sort?
Yes.
Fair to say these homes you were looking up weren't cheap either.
No.
Did you think you'd be having some money available to you?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 507, 508, 509 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They are received. They may be published.
Just briefly, this is exhibit number 507. I just showed you, this is what we were talking about when we said that you took a screenshot of just where SpaceX was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know prior to Chandler talking about it that they had a location in Florida?
No.
Okay.
I miss having two screens. Yeah, Nichelle. Um, but he lied about having the job. He lied about having the interviews for the new job. And then he lied. He made up lies about why he wasn't getting paid. He made up lies. I think there were three different lies he made up about why he wasn't getting paid. So she thought that he was going to get paid eventually from the company and that there had been some kind of a screw up with the payment. So she thought her paying for the dates and whatever they did was a temporary thing that was going to go away when he got the job in Florida. She thought she was going to move with him to Florida and they were going to have a lot of money. She didn't know that all of this whole thing was a lie. So she believed all the lies and she believed that he had all this money that was his, that the company was just, for whatever reason, the red tape was keeping him from getting paid because the company was making mistakes. So that's why she paid, because he had no money. She didn't know that he really, really didn't have any money. She thought that the money was tied up somehow and he just couldn't get access to it. So that's why. You're welcome.
Exhibit number 508. We're looking at a $699,000 home in Florida. And you're kind of on the phone with Chandler. And is this what a FaceTime looks like when you're kind of browsing other apps while you're on FaceTime?
Yes.
And so is that Chandler in the top right?
Yes.
Were you talking to him about this at the time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you exhibit 509. Here we're looking at a pool of another home. Is that Chandler in the top right?
Yes.
And same thing, you were talking to him about moving to Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, she liked his family. I have an ex-boyfriend that I
What
like the
conversations
family
did you
more than
personally
him.
have? Not what other people said, but what
I
were
miss
you
them.
telling your
I
family,
don't
your
miss him.
mom,
I
your
miss
brother
them.
about the plan?
Chandler would move down to Florida and start working. I would go at the end of August after my lease ended. And I celebrated my birthday in Madison. And Titusville isn't too far from where Disneyland is. And
Disney
I was
World,
looking at pharmacy schools in Florida as well.
Disneyland's in
Did you talk
California.
to your friends about this plan?
Yes.
Is there any discussion of transportation or cars or things like that once you got down to Florida?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Chandler had a car lined up for when he got down there already, and I was going to drive my car down.
Hey, Nancy.
Did you ever invite your friends that were close to you and say, like, hey, you can come down and visit when we're down there?
Yes.
What kind of things did you talk to him about doing?
Going to Disneyland, Universal Studios.
Stop it with the
Fishing.
Disneyland.
I think we saw in one of those prior texts that the SpaceX job was supposed to begin mid-June. Was that your understanding of the timing?
Yes.
Around the time it was supposed to start, did something happen that caused a delay?
Yes.
What happened?
Mitch went to the hospital.
Chandler's brother? And he's testified and told everyone kind of about it. But in general, what was your understanding of what was going on?
His sugar levels were very high, and he had to be there for a couple days.
What did Chandler, did he tell you anything about whether that was going to delay SpaceX, or what the relationship between those two things are, Mitchell's illness and SpaceX?
He didn't want to leave while Mitch was ill.
Mitch was
Yeah,
in the
your
hospital for a couple
dream
days.
job at SpaceX.
At that point, did Chandler tell you, or did you know of any time he was supposed to now start SpaceX?
I don't remember.
Was it delayed?
Good, Nancy. How was
Yes.
yours?
After Mitchell's hospitalization, did anything else happen that caused the delay in SpaceX?
I ended up going to the urgent care as well, and then Chandler fell.
Chandler was in the hospital.
Yes.
What did you know about Chandler falling?
He
Did he fall on
was running and
purpose?
slipped down the stairs, and then fell pretty hard and hit his head.
Did he fall on
Did
purpose
Chandler
while his
talk to you
brother was
about
sick?
his injury?
Yes.
What kind of symptoms was he reporting that he was feeling after that fall?
I don't know, Nichelle.
Tingles in his legs, sensitivity to light,
Cool, Nancy. Sounds like fun.
severe headaches, weakness.
I have my jacket on inside out.
Was Chandler able to physically do normal things around that time?
No,
What do you mean by that?
he had a hard time lifting things and quite often would get lightheaded.
Could he carry heavy things from what you observed or knew?
No,
Could he drive long distances, things of that sort?
no,
Was he able to travel?
no.
Why do you know that, or why do you say that?
Because of the head injury and wearing the neck brace.
I'm going to show you a couple exhibits marked 511. Tell me what 511 is.
Chandler in the emergency room.
Okay. And he's kind of got his hat over his head there.
Yes,
Who sent you? Did you see this photo eventually?
yes.
How'd you get that photo?
It was sent to me.
Do you know who sent it to you?
I believe it was Chandler or his mother.
What's 512?
Chandler with Mr. Halderson and Mitch during the Father's Day brunch.
He's wearing the collar there.
Yes,
513, another photo of Chandler in the collar.
yes.
Move 511, 12, and 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Just so we're all looking at the same thing, you said this is a photograph that was sent to you, Chandler, in the hospital, 511? Correct?
Correct.
Sorry, we got to do it twice, kind of, that's how it works. 512, photograph of, that's Chandler on the left side, correct?
Correct.
And then in the middle, is that Mr. Halderson?
Correct.
And on the right, is that Mitchell?
Correct.
And that's, where is that photo taken, do you know?
In the living room by the kitchen.
In 513, another photograph of Chandler wearing that neck brace.
Correct.
What were you aware of in terms of like what the prognosis was for his injuries? Like what was going to happen to him or what was going on?
He had a concussion, light sensitivity, and tingling in his legs.
She doesn't know what the word
was it gonna get
prognosis
better?
means. She doesn't know what the word prognosis means.
I guess at this point, I'm going to object. I need you to use the microphone.
I'll withdraw the question, the defense object. Did Chandler tell you if he was going to get better or the symptoms were improving around that time?
No.
Was there any discussion about how the concussion and the injury was going to affect SpaceX?
He wouldn't be able to travel down there.
Tell me about anything you remember about that type of discussion.
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah. What did Chandler specifically tell you about why he couldn't travel?
Because he was wearing the neck brace and he had a concussion, so he shouldn't be flying.
Same question as before about American Family and MATC. Did you ever see anything around Chandler's room, on his phone, any documents, records with the SpaceX or Tesla logo or anything like that?
No.
Talked a little bit about houses and things of that sort. Were you aware at any point if Chandler had rented an apartment?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
It was a 2-bedroom apartment, and he put a down payment for it. And there's a little dog park, so I could bring my dog Chewbacca down.
Okay. How did you know
The
about this
dog's name
apartment?
is Chewbacca.
Chandler sent me a link.
Did he tell you whether he was just looking at it or if he had actually rented it?
That he rented it.
Did you yourself see a lease of any sort?
No.
Did you ever sign a lease?
No.
Is your only connection with this apartment is looking at the listing that was sent to you?
Correct.
We're going to start talking about events starting on June 30th and kind of all the way through July 8th at this point. And I think I'm going to let some of your messages guide our conversation, so I'm going to be walking back and forth quite a bit. But I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case. as exhibit number
Absolutely, Marty.
514. Just briefly, could you just page through that and tell us kind of what dates these text messages are from?
They're all on June 30th.
June 30th of 2021, right?
Correct.
All right. And these are the messages between you and Chandler?
Correct.
I'll move 514 into evidence.
Any objection?
I'll bring up the same objection from the sidebar, but otherwise, no.
All right. And based upon the same ruling, they are received and they may be shown.
I'm going to start showing them, and I'm going to ask for some context because we're picking up, obviously, in the middle of thousands of pages of messages, maybe. But the first message is a message from you. To be honest, it's getting to the point where I want to text your mom directly. What was this about on June 30th, 3:18 in the afternoon?
About him being grounded and not being able to see me or hang out.
What was your understanding at that time of what was going on from Chandler? What did he tell you? He was grounded?
Yes.
Were you wanting to see him?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about whether he could see you or not?
He couldn't
They're adults, right?
Because of what?
because I wasn't allowed over.
You communicated with Krista a lot, right?
Yes.
When you say that, was Chandler telling you that, or did you actually hear that from Krista or Bart?
From Chandler.
Okay. And you say, it's getting to the point where I want to text your mom directly. And Chandler says, can you read that for me?
It's fine, B. That'll only piss them off more.
And what does he say?
This weekend will be great.
That weekend was the 4th of July weekend coming up, right?
Correct.
You say, now we're still June 30th, we're about 3:19 in the afternoon, you say, okay. And he says what?
Thanks, though.
And then on June 30th, you send this message next. What does that say?
We're not going to the cabin, right?
So in the realm of messages, where the cabin, the first time the jury's seen that, how did this come up, or what was going on where you sent this message?
I was under the impression that Mr. and Mrs. Halderson were going up to the cabin for the 4th of July weekend.
Was that conversations or like over the phone or in person you'd had with Chandler, or was that?
Over the phone.
Okay. And you ask, we're not going to the cabin, are we? What does Chandler say?
No.
You say, I can ask if we can go to the farm, right?
Correct?
And that ended up coming to fruition. You did that.
Yes.
Okay. You read that last message you sent?
That way we can say my mom can care for you, since they have a lot of stuff here that they use for Mike and Papa.
Your mom and Chris testified. Who are Mike and Papa in general, and what did that mean that there was stuff there for them?
Mike is Cress's brother, and Papa is her father. Papa is elderly. He is over 90 years of age. And Mike is wheelchair bound and needs help going to the restroom. And overall, my mom helps take care of them.
Okay. What kind of stuff were you talking about that there was stuff there?
Walkers. If he needed one of those stools that you put over the toilet so an elderly person can sit down and they don't have to squat so low since it's hard for their knees.
Okay. Was it your impression that Chandler would be assisted by some of those things?
Because of a slight concussion? You don't need that stuff.
No.
Why did you say that there was stuff there for them?
So we'd be able to hang out since his mom was very concerned about his injury.
The next day, Thursday, July 1st, you worked that day?
Can you repeat the date?
Sure, Thursday, July 1st, so before the 4th of July weekend.
Correct.
You have a normal job, normal type of hours, right?
Correct.
Weekdays?
Correct.
Okay, hopefully just weekdays, right? Showing you what's been marked is exhibit number 516. And I know it might be in a different form than usual, but in general, do you have an idea of what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
Snapchat messages.
And who are they with?
Chandler.
And Chandler's, to the best you can, I know these are people make up names, but what was Chandler's Snapchat name?
Chazzle Dazzle.
Chazzle Dazzle. And significant parts of this are redacted out. In the course of sending Snapchat, sometimes you send just, in general, people are sending pictures back and forth, and part of what we've done in this case is just redact any photographs that we really thought we could, right?
Correct.
Okay. I've kept one on though, just to prove that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is 516 Snapchat messages between July 1st and July 7th between you and Chandler?
Correct.
All right, I'll move 516 into evidence.
Any objection?
Same objection as the text messages.
Same ruling that it is received may be published.
I need you to tell us about Snapchat. I don't know what everyone's understanding is. Everyone's of different ages. Some people have a Snapchat, some people don't. Just in general, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat is a social media app where you can send photos with titles, or you can send messages through the chat part of the app.
And what is one of the features of Snapchat that it's primarily known for that text messages maybe aren't?
They aren't generally saved.
They delete, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a way to manually save messages or photos on Snapchat?
Yes,
And is it easy or is it hard?
I find it easy.
What do you do?
You hold down the text and you select save.
And if you save the message, if you're communicating right now with Snapchat with one of your friends and they send you a snap, if you click on it and look and do nothing, that message will delete, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. But if you could manually save it, right? By putting your finger down and saving it.
Correct. Or if you change the settings to delete within 24 hours.
Sometimes when you snapped with Chandler, one or both of you would save the messages.
Correct.
And those messages are what we're looking at here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say Snapchat is your primary form of communication with Chandler?
One of them.
Okay. So I'm going to display 516, and we'll start going through some things here in a second. But we talked about, we left one photograph on just to prove that's you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll redact the rest. And when, for obvious reasons, we don't want everything coming out. But on July 1st of 2021 at 7:11, you get a message, right? From Chandler?
Correct.
What does it say?
How do you sleep?
And you say, I slept good. How did you sleep? And how does he respond?
I hardly slept.
Okay.
Yeah, if I told that many
You
lies,
kind
I
of a
wouldn't be able to
emoji
sleep
face.
either.
You say, I'm sorry, B.
It's
Why?
a social media app,
Read Chandler's
Nancy.
message back to you after you say why.
I don't know. Stuff hasn't really been going well for me lately, so I'm trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over.
Okay. After that, Chandler sends another message, and we'll try to get it in the right spot. And can you read that?
Yeah, I just had a great future planned and it's falling apart.
And you say, no, it's not. You're going to be okay. You're reassuring him, right?
Correct.
You respond, you're going to go to Florida. You even said it's probably just the brace, probably just the brace, right?
Correct.
He says, thanks. You say, of course, I love you, and I'm here to keep your booty in check.
Correct.
Now we're up to 7:55 in the morning. Right after you say that, what does Chandler say back to you?
There's a bit of a glare.
Sure.
Thank you. Will you leave me even if it doesn't work? Worded bad, but you understand.
Huh?
You respond, no, I wouldn't. And he says,
I won't stop trying.
you say, like, Florida would be so dope and like nice, but I'm not dating you for money. I love you tons.
Correct.
What does he say?
I love you a ton too. By the way, I'm not giving up. I'm just worried.
You say, don't worry, love. Don't be worried, love. It'll work out.
Correct.
And he says, thank you, B. You say, of
Why
course.
does he call her B?
Now we're up to 8:30.
Her name
He says,
doesn't
you
start
helped me
with a B.
ton. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Other than these messages, these Snapchat messages that morning, were you and Chandler communicating by phone or anything else around 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning on July 1st of 2021 that you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now that's a weekday, and I think you said you were working that day.
Correct.
About what time do you go to work?
(8:30) since I was working close.
And if you had to work at 8:30, is that what time you would leave or what time you'd get there?
I have to be clocked in by 8:30.
Okay. What time would you have to leave where you're staying then to get to work by 8:30?
Around 8 o'clock, 8:10.
Okay. When you're at work, I think we all maybe send an occasional message or two, but are you frequently on your phone a lot at work or only when you just have a second?
When I have a minute.
Okay. Do you have a busy job?
I do.
Okay. At some point that day, you and Chandler switch back to texting as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. Showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 515. Just look at a message. Can you tell me what date these messages are?
July 1st, 2021.
All right. And this appear to be a couple pages of text messages between you two?
Correct.
All right. I'll move 515 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No.
They are received. And they may be published.
All right. Maybe try one more light on, Judge. We'll see if we can't get this.
Don't think that
That's
helps.
worse than ever. Oh, there we go. All right. Can you see that cat or no?
Correct, I can.
Okay. I'm going to try on my end to fix things up a little bit. Starts with just you talking, and eventually there's a message from Chandler on the 1st at 1:02 p.m. And I'll move it down so it's out of the light. But can you tell me?
My friend just sent me this. It says, "Welcome to Florida, where you can get a sunburn and frostbite in the same week." It's so true. It's so true.
What that message says?
Sorry, forgot to tell you, but Mom did okay you hanging out with us all weekend.
Sorry, and I think I said Chandler. I meant you. Right. Did you send that message or did Chandler?
I did.
Okay.
Don't
Your mom
worry.
okayed you guys hanging out.
Correct.
Was that at the
Be
farm and
happy.
things like that?
Don't worry, be happy.
Chandler responds, awesome.
Don't worry, be happy.
And what do you say back
That's
to
a
him?
song, Nancy.
Yeah, so convince your parents hard.
And that was at 1:03 on the 1st. What did you mean by that? Convince your parents hard?
I meant to convince his parents to let us hang out.
Why would he need to convince his parents based on what you knew at the time? What was going on?
He wasn't able to hang out around that time.
Isn't the earth cool?
And then at 1:03, just after that, Chandler sends you a message. What does that say?
I overheard that they might go to the cabin with their friends, but IDK.
So that was kind of following up on the possibility of the cabin from yesterday on the 30th. There it's kind of more conclusive.
Correct.
Okay. What time did you get off work? What time do you get off work generally, or
Right
what,
now
if you
it's
know
stuck in
what
my
time did you
head.
get off that day?
5 o'clock.
There's a little song I wrote.
When you get home that day, do you remember what you did?
I don't remember.
Did you and Chandler FaceTime a lot?
Yes.
Kind of a weird question, but I have to ask. Did you sometimes FaceTime when you guys were showering?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of a weird question.
Sometimes
Kind of a
you take
weird thing
screenshots
to
of
do.
Yes.
You took a lot of screenshots on your phone, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as 517. Is that one of those screenshots?
Yes.
Did you take that that night,
I don't want to see a
sometime after you got home
screenshot
from
of
work?
Chandler
While FaceTiming with
showering.
Chandler?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move 517 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's not a nude photograph, too, I'll note for the court.
Are you sorry?
It's above the waist.
Oh, understood. It is received, it may be published.
And just briefly, that's kind of the FaceTime setup, but that's Chandler. And the background, does that appear to be the shower at the Halderson home?
Yes.
Okay. They have a big shower in that house.
Yes.
And it's Chandler looking into his phone and you snap the screenshot.
Pardon?
You snap that screenshot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any plans to hang out with Chandler that night as far as you remember?
Not that night.
Okay. But you were communicating a lot?
Correct.
Okay. Later that night, at some point, Judge, if you could turn the lights on just briefly for the witness. Here's some additional messages. Around 8:30 at night, Chandler sends you a couple of messages. Could you just, there's one with an emoji, but could you read out the two that have text?
Baby, I need you.
Baby, I need you.
Yes.
Did you know what that was in reference to?
I don't recall.
And later, there's discussion of him looking at your Snapchat location and wondering where you were.
Correct.
Okay. And I think I said 8, but it's in military time, so that would be 6:30-ish or so. Okay.
Which exhibit were those in, counsel?
Sure. I was referencing Exhibit 516.
Thank you.
So around 6:30 or so, when Chandler sends you the message, baby, I need you, do you recall talking to him after that, verbally on the phone?
I don't recall.
Now, we talked, I think I mentioned something about Snapchat locations. Does another feature of Snapchat have anything to do with your location?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Is there a location feature on Snapchat with your friends that you can look at their location?
Correct, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
You can select certain friends to view your location, or anyone who is on your friends list can view it.
In your and Chandler's relationship, was that something you did with each other?
Correct.
And was it reciprocal? Both of you did that?
Correct.
When this was going on during your relationship, was it your intention that anytime you'd open Snapchat, you'd, in theory, be able to see exactly where he was?
Correct.
And him the same for you?
Correct.
I haven't watched that yet, Wiggles. I don't have Netflix anymore. My stepdaughter's
Were
like
you aware
it.
at all of what Chandler's plans were the night of the first, when you were either FaceTiming while he was in the shower or any conversation? Did he talk at all about what he was doing that night?
That he would be taking care of the dogs and was going to make dinner.
Did he mention, or do you recall if he said anything about where his parents were on that day?
He said they were doing a grocery pickup.
Okay.
May I have a break?
You may.
This is a good time to take a break. I think we can, we're approaching, I try to do them every 90 minutes, and we're pretty close to that. And sometimes the after lunch break can come a little bit earlier and be wise. So let's take 10 minutes, both for the jury and for the witness and the parties. Randy?
All right, for the jury.
I think it's just, isn't it just K-pop Demon Hunters? Is it animated or live action? I don't even know.
You're free
You
to
can
leave
find the
witness
videos
stand,
on
leave the
YouTube.
courtroom. You just can't talk to anybody about your testimony while we're on the break, and we'll take 10 minutes and reassemble. Thank you.
I wonder if they cut out the break.
Because I don't know how, I don't know.
Oh, that's the end of that video.
When what's called the wall wash is on, which is how we started before, and then when I turned back. I can take it. Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. Cross-examination.
K-pop is Korean pop.
Kat, is it okay if I call you Kat?
Yes.
I just have a couple questions for you, so I won't keep you here super long.
Because of the
We saw a lot of
panda.
screenshots and pictures that you
Nancy.
provided law enforcement. It's not unusual for you
This
to
is
take
back in
screenshots and have a lot of
2022, I
pictures
think.
of your activities, correct?
So they were still under protocol back then.
And we're just focusing on a particular time frame, but as far as photographs and screenshots, that's about what you do any other month, any other week, correct?
Correct.
I want to take you back to the Halderson household for a little bit. You've probably been there about at least a dozen times. Is that fair?
Yes.
I thought the trial
Probably
was
more.
22.
So
And
you're
the
familiar
murder
with the
was
layout of the
21.
home?
Yes.
And you're probably familiar
could
with
be
how
wrong.
the
I don't know.
Haldersons kept the home.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the fact that they didn't have an AC unit, correct?
Correct.
And this summer was particularly hot, correct?
Correct.
So when you were around during the summer, it wasn't unusual for them to have their windows open.
Not unusual at all.
They were also doing renovations around that time, correct?
Correct.
No, COVID.
We've seen a couple pictures
can't
of the
say C
home,
word.
and
Panda
there
was
were
2020.
what I'll refer to as blankets that
Lockdown
were covering some of the
started
furniture.
in
That's not
March
unusual,
of
correct?
2020.
Not at all.
And do you know why the blankets were there?
Miss Halderson likes protecting the couches from the dogs because they would jump on there, especially once coming outside.
So that was probably something that was kept year round throughout the
I
house.
remember
The
because
blankets
I
on the
was
couches?
hospitalized
Thank you.
8 times
Now, as far as the time you spent with the Haldersons,
in
it sounded like you
2020 and
spent a lot of time with them
2021.
there as a family, if you will, correct?
Correct.
So you've probably had a couple meals with them.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the Haldersons, Chandler, Brett, and Krista enjoyed cold beverages?
Correct.
And they,
I remember because I had a compromised immune system and I had so many infections between the end of 2019 through 2021. I was in the hospital 8 times and it was all the protocols were going on that whole entire time. And my stepdaughters came to visit and only one of them was allowed to actually come in the room. And the stupid nurse says, pick which one you want to come visit you. I said, they're my daughters. How am I supposed to pick one over the other? You're an idiot, woman. And she goes, okay, well, I said, ask them. Let them decide. I'm not going to pick. They're my daughters. Stupid woman.
you mentioned it during your direct that in one of the freezers there was a bag of ice.
Correct.
Oh, Nancy.
It's not unusual for them to have bags of ice in their household.
Thank
No,
you,
it's not
sweetie.
unusual.
And is that because there
We love you
was
too.
a broken ice maker, or did they even have an ice maker?
The ice maker in the fridge in the kitchen was always broken. And they had a tiny ice maker, a little portable one, but it was slow at making ice.
So sometimes Chandler would go get some ice from Quick Trip. I think that was the nearest place.
Correct.
And sometimes Krista would do that too.
Correct.
Maybe even Bart.
Correct.
You mentioned the dogs, and we've kind of heard about the dogs for a bit. So the Haldersons had 2 dogs, correct?
Yes, Rizzo and Izzy.
And a couple of times we've heard that maybe perhaps they were kept in the garage when people were coming over. In your experience, would you describe the dogs, and maybe one in particular, as anxious,
Yes.
maybe jumpy,
Yes.
bit afraid?
Yes.
And that was it both of the dogs or just one dog?
Rizzo,
Rizzo, and she's the oldest one or the youngest one?
the youngest.
And that was just her personality, correct?
Correct.
Was she nice with you? Did she approach you?
It took her a long time, but yes.
But eventually she warmed up to you.
Yes.
And in particular, around this time, because it's 4th of July, there were a lot of fireworks going off, correct?
Correct.
And that just made her anxious, skittish worse.
Correct.
And as far as the dogs go, Chandler loved these dogs, correct?
Correct.
He took good care of these dogs.
Correct.
You mentioned that I think it was Izzy that fell down the stairs and he stayed with her to make sure she was okay. Or was that the other dog, Rizzo?
It was Izzy who fell.
And as far as Chandler goes, you would agree with me that he's generally a quiet individual,
Correct.
reserved.
Correct.
You probably bring out more of his personality.
Correct.
We also saw a lot of pictures that you two took together. Was that something that you did often?
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that he's a pretty nerdy guy.
Correct.
He loves Star Wars.
Correct.
Did you already have Chewbacca before you met Chandler, or did he help you out with that?
I got Chewbacca about 3 weeks after dating Chandler, but I named him.
So you guys had a bond with that, with Star Wars.
Yes, I had an action figure collection that he liked.
Oh,
I have no
cool.
further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Can I approach briefly?
Sure.
Promise it's gonna take long.
Ken said that she was there the night that he did it, and her testimony was wild. I've heard nothing wild or anything about her being there that night. Does she testify again? Because that sure as heck wasn't wild. And she didn't say anything about being there that night. In fact, he didn't want her to be there. He said he was grounded and couldn't see her. Which is weird to use the term grounded. Because when I got, because see, I still lived at home for the longest time because my mom died when I was 21, and then my dad got sick. I lived here with him because I was in college, and then not long after I had started working, before I got out on my own, he got sick. But if there was ever a time when I wanted to have a friend over or something, and he didn't want me to have company, I would never say I'm grounded. I would say my dad doesn't want me to have company right now for whatever reason. I wouldn't use the word grounded. I was
You
an
mentioned
adult.
the Haldersons had a small ice machine in their home.
Yes.
How much, when you say small, what do you mean by that? Like, how quickly would it produce ice?
Maybe like about 3 of these wide and maybe 3 stacks. It was not that big, and it created little ice cubes that you would just scoop and put in your drink, and you would have to constantly add water to keep it going.
The July 1st or July 2nd, around that time, you said the Haldersons sometimes would buy ice, though, if they needed more?
Yes.
Around that time, do you know of any reason why Chandler would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice, more than what was able to be produced at the house in that ice maker?
Can you repeat that?
Right. Do you know of any reason that Chandler, for his own purposes, would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice around July 1st this year?
Why is she thinking about it?
Not that I can think of, no.
And around that time, you had brought a bag of ice to the house too, right?
Yes.
So there was the ice maker, there was the bag you bought, and then if I ask you, if Chandler had bought 2 more bags, there's a lot of ice in the house around that time.
Yes.
No further questions.
And I'll just note for the record that I think it's fair to say the dimensions was approximately a foot by a foot cube is what I'm gathering from my angle of view. Any problem with that?
No.
Anything, any dispute with that from the defense?
No.
May this witness be excused?
She is excused.
Is she released from her subpoena?
She is not.
All right, that means, Miss, that you are finished testifying here today, but you're still under the state's subpoena and the defense, if the defense has one, and that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone, and you'll have to wait to find out from the party subpoenaing you when you're released or whether you're being recalled, all right? Thank you so much for your time. You can go ahead and exit. We'll take one more witness.
State calls Detective Timothy Blanket. Do I have the exhibit? The buckle?
Yeah, that was disappointing. Ken had me all hyped up, and it wasn't. Well, she's not released from her subpoena. Maybe she testifies again.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Good afternoon, sir. If you are willing and believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. You're our last witness for the day, but can you state and spell your name?
Timothy, Timothy, blank, Blanke.
And Mr. Blank, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
I've been a detective since 2014.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Since 2004.
Were you asked to assist in the missing persons investigation to Bart and Krista Halderson that turned into a homicide investigation at some point?
Yes.
If you had to summarize generally what your role has been in this investigation, what has it been?
I've had various aspects of the investigation, including assisting with digital forensics acquisitions, interviewing witnesses, and helping compile information.
I think the jury just heard from a young woman by the name of Kat. Were you involved in her interviews somewhat?
Yes.
Okay. You're one of the detectives who conducted them?
Yes.
At all times, was Kat cooperative with you?
Yes.
Showing that it's been marked in this case is exhibit number 120. Just briefly, what is that?
That is my curriculum vitae.
In your role as a detective at the Dane County Sheriff's Department, are you frequently called upon to conduct investigations into electronics and computer technology and things of that sort?
Yes.
And what type of training do you have in that area?
I'm certified in multiple disciplines in digital forensic tools, including the Celebrite UFED for PC software.
Oh, joy.
Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and
Celebrite, y'all.
digital forensics and materials.
We may hear from you multiple times during this trial, but it's the first time I think the word Celebrite has been mentioned. What is Celebrite?
Cellbrite is a company that provides a number of software solutions to law enforcement, the defense industry, the government intelligence agencies, as well as the private sector for acquiring and analyzing digital data.
And for a large part, just Dane County Sheriff's Department, as well as other police agencies, employ some of Cellbrite's services.
Yes.
And specifically, one of their services involving the downloads of phones, email accounts, things of that sort.
Yes.
Just give us a basic overview. If I gave you my phone and I gave you my password, what would Cellbrite do to it?
The Cellbrite UFED 4PC program would be used to acquire data from the phone. It essentially makes a copy of the phone in a forensically sound manner to prevent any alteration of the data.
Okay. If a layperson were to use the phrase, the police downloaded my phone or they mirrored my phone, is what they're referring to as a Cellbrite download?
Yes.
Okay. I just picked up a random exhibit. It doesn't really matter. It's exhibit 540. What does that appear to be?
That appears to be a text conversation obtained from a Cellbrite.
Does Cellbrite have different ways you can view the messages or view the communications within the software?
Yes.
One of those ways is this very pleasant way to see it, correct?
Yes.
And what's this referred to in your industry?
Conversation view.
And what's the other way?
There's a timeline option. There's a few others.
Sure. So if I display 540, which is already in evidence, messages that we've already looked at, this is the conversation view that's the product of Cellbrite from the raw data it downloads from phones.
Yes.
Okay. Can Cellbrite be utilized in other aspects, or is it just phones?
No, it can be utilized for a number of options.
What other types of services, communication methods, things of that sort can Cellbrite be used for?
Cellbrite can be used for acquiring data from thumb drives, other electronic storage methods. We can actually obtain data from drones. We can also use it to analyze data provided to us by a number of internet service providers such as Google, Facebook, Apple.
In the course of this case, were you asked to do just that in a variety of different fashions for different devices and services using Cellbrite software?
Yes.
Okay. Have you found that software to be a good tool and an accurate tool to download the contents of either those providers, email accounts, or Google or phones? Have you found it to be accurate and a solid tool for law enforcement to use?
Yes.
And do you have any problems with it yourself?
No.
You say you had numerous involvements in this case, different things. At some point, were you asked to meet with the defendant's brother, a young man by the name of Mitchell Halderson, regarding a DNA sample?
Yes.
Okay. And did you obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, I did.
In a homicide investigation, are DNA samples taken from a variety of people?
Yes.
For what purposes?
It can be for a number of purposes. It can be to identify a suspect, but it can also be to eliminate someone from involvement in a crime. It can also be used to identify other people's involvement in other aspects of the crime.
Sure. And did you talk to Mitchell about getting a DNA sample?
Yes.
And did he provide one to you?
Yes, he did.
I'll show you it's been marked in this case. It's exhibit number 361. What does that appear to be?
That would be the buccal swabs that I took from Mitchell Halderson.
Okay. Because of the cadence and where you're testifying in this case, it's probably the first time anyone's heard the phrase buccal swab. What is a buccal swab?
That's a swab taken from the mouth of a suspect, of a person we're obtaining it from.
And you took it yourself?
Yes, I did.
How do you take a buccal swab from someone?
The first step is to place a mask over my own mouth to prevent any of my own DNA from contaminating the sample, and also to wear latex gloves, which are provided in that kit. We then have the person we're obtaining the sample from take a drink of water and swish it around in their mouth to remove any residual DNA that might be in their mouth from another person. Then 2 swabs are taken for approximately 30 seconds each on each side of the inside of the person's cheeks using a cotton swab attached to a wooden stick, essentially a long Q-tip.
Okay. After you take a buccal swab from a suspect, and we can use Mitchell Halderson as the example, what do you do with it at that point?
I retain custody and control of it. I then allow it to dry for a minimum of 24 hours before packaging it.
And is it sealed at that point?
Yes.
And where are those generally kept?
In the Dane County Sheriff's Office evidence room.
And are those frequently transported to a certain location for testing at some point?
Yes,
And what's that location?
the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Anything about Mitchell Halderson's buccal swab or DNA sample different than the normal process for you?
Not at all.
If I haven't already done so, I'll move 361 into evidence, and we'll just leave that there for now.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's received.
In one of you mentioned that you interviewed Kat, and one of those interviews, did you become aware that this was a screenshot, exhibit 532, that she had taken of a location of Chandler Halderson?
Yes,
And did she provide this to you?
I believe so, yes.
At some point, were you and other sheriff's deputies, just using the streets on here, able to match that up to a real location in the real world? Were you able to figure out where this was?
Yes.
And where was it?
It's in the town of Roxbury, just across the Wisconsin River from the Sauk City, Prairie to Sac area.
Okay. Have you been out to that property?
No, I haven't.
And you're aware that sheriff's deputies later searched that property?
Yes.
And I'm going to show what's been marked briefly as 55. It's been received into evidence. Does that appear to be the area that was screenshotted by Kat and provided to you during that interview?
I don't recognize that area. I haven't seen it myself.
Sure. Give me 1 second here. Just to match it up, if you look at 532, this was the screenshot she provided to you. And is there a little island in the middle of the river right there?
Yes.
All right. And it's a rural area with a town across the way.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for now.
Cross-examination at this time?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused but not released.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Detective. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost 4:45, and I think that's a good point for us to end today. I appreciate very much all your patience during the day today, and I ask you to do the same thing overnight tonight as far as staying well, getting rest, taking care of yourselves, and ensuring that you're not exposed to any information about the case.
Welcome back,
Observing
Carla.
any media about the case in any nature, digital, print, televised, and don't engage in any discussions with anyone about these matters amongst yourselves or anyone in your households or circles, and avoid anyone who is discussing the case during the time that we're apart. We'll do the same thing tomorrow, beginning at 8:45, and we'll gather at 8:30 and make sure we're ready to go. There are a few things that I know I have to address that have come up today that I just decided to hold off on and not delay things for us. There is very much a likelihood that we will break tomorrow early, and I don't know if anybody depends on someone else for a ride. If you do, let me know through Randy, and I can get you some more definite information. But I think that I have a few things in my other cases that I needed to get onto a calendar, and we were kind of thinking that if we didn't go the full day on Friday, you would not be upset. And I hope that's true. But I don't know exactly when we're scheduled to break. 2:30? 3:30. Well, I guess that isn't as early as I was thinking. But we'll also see how it goes with the presentation. It may be, we may be a little earlier than that. It's, again, if you need a ride, let us know so that we can help to coordinate that for you. But otherwise, have a good evening, folks. Thank you so much.
All right.
What's up? Why are you wagging that tail? Are you happy? Are you a happy dog? You're a happy dog? What are you happy about? What are you happy about?
Thank you. Please be seated, everybody. Good morning, folks. My apologies. on behalf of everybody for keeping you waiting. We had issues we needed to deal with. I can promise you we weren't out getting coffee. But I don't like it when you guys have to wait. We try not to have that happen. Once in a while, it can't be avoided. That was this morning. So again, thank you for your patience as you were waiting to get started here today. Before we begin with the resumption of evidence, was there anyone in the panel who was exposed in any way, intentionally or unintentionally, to any conversations, discussions about the case, exploration of information, or observing any media, or taking any other steps purposely or inadvertently, which causes you to report to me that you've been the subject or exposed to something? I see no hands. Thank you very much. We're going to continue with the state's presentation this morning. Attorney Raymond.
The state is going to call Detective Liz Allen. I go see Randy.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Is that the guy that represented himself,
Detective, good
Carla?
morning.
It was
If
so
you're able to
scary.
and believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference if you would.
Okay.
Thank you. And you can go ahead and pull the microphone up a little bit closer because the fans are on and kind of noisy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Attorney Raymond.
Good morning. Could you please state your name, both first and last, for the record, and spell them?
Elizabeth Allen, ELIZABETH, last name Allen, ALLEN.
How are you employed?
Directly in front.
I'm sorry, what?
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed in that capacity in July of 2021?
I was.
And during that time, did you at some point become assigned to go to the property on Irwin Road in Cottage Grove, Wisconsin?
I did.
Okay. And when you first arrived on that property, what, if anything, were you assigned to do?
Myself, Detective Brent Baverstock, and Detective Tim Blank, we're doing a line search behind the shed where Cress and Dulce said they saw Chandler's vehicle. When we got to the property, we noticed what appeared to be fresh tire tracks as the weeds were kind of pushed down. So we did the line search where the tire tracks ended. And then once they ended, we went into the wooded area. And that's where Detective Baverstock found the
Oh,
torso.
that guy.
And in the course of this investigation, you also came across some items that turned out to be of note.
Yes.
Ew.
Sorry. Detective, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 108 through exhibits 113. If you would look through those and then describe them generally as a group.
So exhibit 108, I'm looking at some oil drums.
They found them on
some
my birthday.
overgrown brush and a tree line.
Okay.
Exhibit 109, I'm looking into the oil drum, which was previously described in the first one.
They lived on Disney property.
Exhibit 110 or 110, you're looking inside the oil drum and you can see a pair of scissors,
You
a
might need
sharp
to do that
blade,
one. Did
and
he plead
also
guilty?
a handheld saw. Exhibit 111, you can see the handles of a bolt cutter. Exhibit 1112, you can see the top of the bolt cutter. The handles are red and it appears to be a Craftsman brand. Exhibit 113, you again see an up-close image of the blade saw, the scissors, and the handheld saw.
And did those all appear to be true and accurate photographs of what you observed?
Yes.
And the date you observed these, was that the 8th of July,
It was.
2021?
It was.
At this point, I would move exhibits 108 through 113 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Detective, before I display these to the jury, these exhibits 108 through 113 to the jury, could you just we have a map here, exhibit 57, or not a map, I'm sorry, an aerial photo. Could you show where that oil drum was on that date and where you observed these items?
So here's the oil drum, and Detective Baverstock and I were out on the property waiting for the cadaver dog, and while we were waiting, I noticed the triangle shape in the oil drum, and that's what prompted us to look inside of it.
And could you also point out where you observed those tire tracks?
Right here. Right beyond it.
Judge, if you could turn on the HDMI. Okay. Yep.
And they should appear on the computer monitor if it's turned on.
It is.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm publishing exhibit 108. How would you describe that photo for the jury?
So that is the oil drum. And if you're looking at the picture to the right of it is the tree line. And in between the oil drum and the tree line is where the tire tracks were.
Exhibit 109, how would you describe exhibit 109?
So that is the triangle shape that I saw from the rusted oil drum.
Exhibit 110.
That's the inside view from the oil drum. You can see a pair of scissors, a saw blade, and a handheld saw with a blade attached.
Oops. All right, I'm going to skip, I guess, to exhibit 112.
That's again through the oil drum, and you can see the top of the bolt cutters, red handle, Craftsman brand.
And exhibit 113.
That again is through the oil drum, a pair of scissors, a saw blade, and the handheld saw blade, or with the saw attached.
And exhibit 111, the slide did not somehow make it into the PowerPoint, but could you describe that
Yep,
photo
that's
to
the
the jury?
handles of the bolt cutters, red handle, black grips.
Were these items that you observed in the oil drum collected in connection with the investigation?
They were.
Nothing further of this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Couple questions. Prior to July 8th, had you ever been to that Irwin Road address?
No,
And again, prior to July 8th, had you ever seen these items you found in that drum?
no,
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused at this time.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. Have a good rest of your day.
thank you, you too.
Attorney Brown?
So to call Rich Bennett at this time?
And you can take down the screen if you, Your Honor.
Take care of this.
I solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, sir. If you are able to safely and responsibly, it is appreciated if you could testify without a mask at this time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Richard Bennett, Richard Bennett.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm sorry, what?
How are you employed?
With the Dane County Sheriff's Office as a detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Since May of 2021.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
December 19th of 2005.
Were you assigned to various parts of the investigation, to the missing persons of Bart and Krista Halderson, and then later to the homicide of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
And it was one of your roles at times to be in contact with Mr. Halderson?
With,
I'll phrase it a different way. At times, had you made contact with Chandler Halderson?
yes.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
At some point on the 8th of July, around 10:15 in the morning, did you receive a call that went to voicemail from Mr. Halderson?
I did.
And you've heard that call in preparation for today. Does that appear to be a USB drive in that envelope?
Yep. Yes.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 116. I would move 116 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And was that call, the voicemail, excuse me, was that downloaded and placed into evidence in this case?
Yes.
If I didn't move, I'll move 116 and 117 for the court record, and I'll move to display 116.
Very good. 117 may be received. I think that's the transcript.
No objection.
Just 1 second. Just to confirm the date and time, I think you answered yes, but it was July 8th at 10 in the morning, 10:15 or so?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. We're going to play that right now. And Judge, if we could have the HDMI left again.
Hi, my name is Chandler Halderson, and I haven't heard anything about my parents since, and I've heard everyone's been talking to my brother and not me. And I'd like to hear something. If you could give me a call back, my number is 920-838-4549. Thank you.
And was that the voicemail, sir?
Yes.
Did you in fact call him back, or did you not have that opportunity?
I did call him back.
Okay, and did you talk to him?
I did.
And what did you talk about?
Similar to the content of the voicemail he left, he asked about updates and people speaking with his brother.
And what did you tell him?
I informed him that I did not have any additional updates based on any information that he'd probably already received from speaking with detectives the prior day.
Okay. Were you yourself the main assigned case detective at this point?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Detective, before calling Chandler Halderson back, you knew in your mind you weren't going to tell him anything substantial, correct?
I knew that I didn't have any substantial information to provide to anybody.
He was a suspect at that time?
No, not to my knowledge.
So on July 8th, to your knowledge, he was not a suspect?
It was early in the morning. At that point, no, I did not have any additional information from the night before.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused?
He's excused.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
Have
you.
a good rest of your day. And the next witness, please.
I'll call Brian Shunk back to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear to confirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do you have the?
Good morning, Detective. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some communication that you might have had with Mr. Halderson at this point. I know you've testified before. Just going to July 8th, so kind of the second full day of the investigation, the parents reported the day before missing. On the 8th, did you receive any calls from Chandler Halderson?
Yes, I received 3 telephone calls from Chandler.
And did you talk to him all 3 times?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately when was the first call that day?
The first call was at approximately 11:30 a.m.
And what, to your recollection, did you talk about with Mr. Halderson?
Mr. Halderson wanted to inform me that he had spoken to the news, the media, gave some interviews on that. I asked him if he had any further information for us that he may have provided to the media that we didn't have at that point, and he said he did not.
Approximately when was that call again?
That one, I believe, was approximately 11:30 a.m.
Was that recorded or not?
That was not.
The next call with Mr. Halderson, when was that?
That one, I believe, was at approximately 1:30 p.m.
And what did you talk about at that time with Mr. Halderson?
Chandler told me that he had been searching around in his parents' bedroom, located a set of keys in his father's nightstand, the end table, that he believed were to the cabin. He told me that his brother Mitchell was on his way over to the Oak Springs home to grab those keys because Mitchell was going to drive up with his fiancee to the cabin to check it out.
And around this time you got this call, were you aware that Dane County had asked Langlade County to assist in this investigation?
I was.
And what was the plan at that point? Were deputies from here going up there?
Yes, I told Mr. Halderson that we'd like to be in contact with Mitchell as we were going to be sending 2 members of the sheriff's office up to assist with this search. I didn't want anybody going in or around the home without law enforcement present.
Sure. And was that call recorded?
It was not.
Did something happen between the second call and you said there were 3 calls and the third call that day that was important in the investigation?
Yes, we received information that Chandler Halderson was observed out at the farm in Cottage Grove near a wooded area. I also had just received, prior to the third call, information that torso was located in the area that Chandler Halderson was last seen.
In your mind and in the course of the investigation, is that the point where this became a homicide investigation for you versus a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
So the third call, when was that?
That one was approximately 3:30 p.m.
And was that call recorded?
That one was recorded.
And why was that one recorded and the prior 2 not?
At that point, Chandler had called me. We found a torso in the location where he was observed. It appeared to be a male torso at that time. Chandler moved from a person of interest to a suspect at that point.
Sure. The deputies that you had sent up to Langlade County at some point, was any action taken regarding those folks headed up to Langlade County?
Yes, those members of the sheriff's office were part of our crime scene unit. We immediately called them and arranged for them to turn around and come back as we now had an active crime scene.
Okay. So when we watched the Langlade County video and they talked about Dane County turning around, that was, the impetus was you and in that stage of the investigation where everything changed?
That was why. Yeah.
Okay. The call that you recorded with Mr. Halderson, approximately what time was that again?
That was approximately 3:30 p.m., I believe 3:38.
I'm showing it's been marked as exhibit number 114. It's a USB drive, correct?
Correct.
And this is the recorded call. You've had an opportunity to listen to this or with Mr. Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. Move 114, 115 into evidence for the court record.
No objection.
They are received.
Move to publish 114.
You may.
A little confused. I got 2 squads parked right outside my house, and they're not really canvassing. They're just kind of sitting there. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I mean, they're in the area doing canvassing, and they're also probably doing a shift change right now, getting our second shift crew on around 3:30.
Oh, there's 4 now. Something going on that we need to know?
Well, they're probably doing reports. They're probably doing shift change. You know, they've been going around trying to get a hold of neighbors, so I'm wondering if they're in the area trying to catch people now that they're coming home from work. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to any of them in just a little while.
All right. Well, any news with my brother? I haven't heard from him.
No, as far as I know, they're still on their way up north. A couple hour drive, so he's probably halfway into it, right?
Yeah, I suppose about.
Yeah. Any news on your end at all? Have you gotten any phone calls, text messages?
Gotten any messages other than from concerned parents. I can't, there's no mail. There's a hold on my mail.
Okay.
Is that normal?
What are
Are
you
you
doing?
guys getting it at least?
No, we don't put a hold on people's mail. I've never heard of that happening before.
There's a hold on my mail. There's a ticket in there. All mail held at the station is what it says.
Okay. Yeah, nothing done by us, that's for sure.
Because I'm going to need my medical bills.
Yeah. No, we wouldn't put a hold on people's mail, and typically only the people that live at the address can do that. Did your parents put a hold on the mail? Does it say who put the hold on the mail?
I can go check, I suppose.
Okay.
Do you know of anything? So, I don't know. It's kind of stressful. Sorry, so there's nothing new going on?
Not that I'm aware of.
Alright.
Yeah. Who's there? Are you at home still right now, obviously? Because you're saying they're outside. Who's there with you?
Yeah, no, they're not with me. They're just 4 squads just parked outside.
Okay. Who was just talking in the background, Kat?
Yeah, Kat's over with me.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I mean, I can definitely give you a call or message you, I guess, depending. What time are you planning on going to dinner?
I'm not sure, but
Okay.
pretty soon here.
Is it cool to call you?
Hoping to hear from. What was that?
Is it cool to call you while you're at dinner? Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. Well, I'll keep you posted if I hear anything. I mean, obviously with the mail, that has nothing to do with us at all. I've never heard of a detective or law enforcement agency holding somebody's mail. You know, and then as far as everybody in the area, you know, you kind of had to figure we were going to be in the area all day today.
Yeah, I was just wondering why there were 4 cars instead of the canvassing.
Yeah.
Any news about that blue house with the big cameras?
The blue house with the big cameras. Is that the one across the street?
Yeah, across the street, kind of in the corner. It's a newer house.
I haven't talked to...
I stopped by their house.
Yeah, I have a detective that's getting footage from the area. I don't know exactly which houses he's gotten video from yet. But yeah,
Sounds
there's...
like they downloaded all of it and already have it at IT.
Oh, okay. So he's probably reviewing it now.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes time to go through those things. You figure you can only fast forward so much.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll give you a holler if anything pops up. You know, and I'll give a call around and just kind of get a briefing from people up in the area.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay. Thanks, Chandler.
Thank you.
Bye.
Couple of questions. Solve one thing right away. This issue with the mail, what was that about?
Chandler told me that he received a ticket in the mailbox that the mail was being held.
And did you later learn that that actually was true?
I did, yeah. Law enforcement does not have the ability to hold somebody's mail. So I didn't know exactly what was going on there. Throughout the investigation, we did learn that the Windsor post office had heard of the missing people, Bart and Krista Halderson, and put a hold on the mail for them at that point.
That had nothing to do with you guys?
It had nothing to do with us.
Okay. There were parts of that conversation where Mr. Halderson asked about increased police presence or whether something new had happened in the case. At that point, something new had happened in the case, right?
Correct.
Why did you not tell him that, and why did you answer the questions in the way you did?
So at that point, keep in mind, we had just received the information that a torso was located in the area that Chandler was at the farm. So in the command post, we're trying to arrange a lot of different things. A lot's going on. We're trying to, control that crime scene out there. We're trying to get our crime scene investigators back to the area. I'm trying to get detectives out in the area of the Oak Springs home. I was trying to ask Chandler who was at the house because I'm trying to determine, first if he's home, where he's at. Like I said, he was a suspect at this point, so I just wanted to find out where he was, who he is with. I didn't want to tip him off, that I had other areas or other officers converging into the area.
Okay. What was the plan at that point? Following that call with Chandler at, you said about 3:30?
Correct.
And approximately how long before that had you received the torso news?
It was approximately a half hour prior.
So you're 30 minutes into knowing it's a homicide investigation. What plan do you come up with in the command post at that point?
So we had already, like I said, called our crime scene unit back to respond to the farm. We had several deputies and detectives in the area of the Oak Springs address doing canvassing. We're contacting neighbors. We're talking to friends. A lot was going on in that neighborhood. So there was an increased police presence, obviously, throughout the investigation. At that point, a few phone calls were made just to have detectives and deputies more so in the area. And then, basically, I was trying to arrange for Chandler to come downtown to the public safety building where I was located so we could perform an interview.
Sure. And was there anyone else you really wanted to interview that day?
We wanted to interview Kat also.
Okay.
Kat Melander.
How was that accomplished? What happened?
So we had some detectives and also a deputy assist make contact with Chandler and Kat. They consensually, basically they were told that detectives wanted to talk to them downtown, and they consented to that.
Okay. Were they driven downtown or did they drive themselves?
They were driven.
In squad cars?
Correct.
And were they in the same squad car or separate squad cars?
They were in separate.
When they got down here, were they taken to the same room or were they together for any length of time?
Yes, when they arrived here, when the squads pulled in to the location, they were able to talk. They were right next to each other. They were escorted up the elevators to our interview area, which is in an office area of the building.
Sure. I'm going to show you it's been marked. This case is exhibits number 119. The interview with Chandler, was that audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
And you've seen a copy of that in preparation for trial?
Definitely.
119 appear to be a USB of that video?
Yes.
We'll move 119 and 118 for the court record into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Move to publish.
You may publish.
While I'm getting ready to do that, interview rooms, they have cameras in them?
Correct.
How many cameras usually?
There's typically 2 cameras.
And when Kat and Chandler were brought into these interview rooms, were they walked down together? Were they walked down separately? How did that work?
Yeah, so they would have came up the elevator together in the presence of law enforcement. You would walk out into a hallway. Kat would have went down the hallway to the left and around the corner. Chandler remained in that position because the interview room he was going to was right there.
Okay. And sometimes there's a delay when people get put in the interview room for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so if we start 8 minutes in, would you be able to represent that nothing notable happened in those first 8 minutes other than Mr. Halderson sitting there?
Yes.
Okay. And there might be a minute or two more right after that before you walk in?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll do that in 1 second. There's another detective that joins you in this interview, correct?
Correct.
Who is that?
Detective Bill Hendrickson.
Why is there 2 detectives at this point in the interview?
We always have 2 detectives in interviews, a couple different philosophies there. My focus as the lead detective is getting the questions out to Chandler and observing his responses, but I also have to take notes so I can remember everything that's being said. The second detective is also watching the body language of the person, and they can also chime in if there's something that they feel I'm missing, maybe not asking the right question or asking the question in the proper way to get the answers that we're looking for. They can chime in and maybe clarify things for us.
Okay. At this point, I think it would probably be best. We'll play this video. I'll move this exhibit as to not obstruct anyone's view. Approximately how long are we going to be watching this video, Detective, just to give everyone an idea of how long they're going to be moved?
I believe the interview is approximately 2 hours long.
So perhaps dimming the lights, Judge, would be appropriate.
And we may see if we started on the record with the jury at 9:30. I don't know that we can go through the entire interview. We'll find out. Maybe we'll take a break during it if we, at an appropriate point, so that we don't go much past 90 minutes in here and come back and finish up the remainder of the video before the noon hour.
I mentioned we might speed up a little bit, but for instance, I'll just jump to 4:30, or I'll jump to 8 minutes and 16 seconds. That's just Mr. Halderson sitting in an interview room?
Correct.
Okay. Now, a couple of questions. Just first, Mr. Halderson is eventually going to move to that chair that's in the bigger part of the screen, right?
Yes.
And that's when you guys come in?
Yes.
Okay.
We ask him to move to the other chair.
But looking at that top left screen at this point, Mr. Halderson's there. It looks like he has a water cup on the table.
He does.
Okay. He's not handcuffed or chained to the floor or anything like that, right?
No, he was down there consensually at that point.
Okay. And you mentioned that as they walked in, Kat went to another room. If you're looking at that top left screen and you were to walk out that door, would Kat have been to the left or would she have been to the right?
She would be to the right of the screen.
Okay. So at least in your knowledge, the last time Mr. Halderson saw Kat, that's the way she was walking?
Correct.
All right. And there might be a minute or two here, but we're going to start playing at 8:16 and play through.
This is always my favorite part of the trial. When you can hear it. guess I can fast forward through this, but you guys know my fast forwarding skills aren't that great. Like I said,
No, you're good.
What's going on?
All right, so we're just gonna talk to you a little bit more, okay? Let's write some signature.
The other one.
All right, just so you know, I'm gonna record stuff, okay? It just helps me remember everything and picks up everything that we talk about. All right, so Brian Shunk, Detective, Dane County Sheriff's Office, we spoke yesterday.
Yeah, Chandler Halderson.
Yep. What's your middle initial, Jan?
M.
M as in Michael.
Michael.
And then your birth date?
3/15/1998.
Got it. And then your cell phone I already have. We've been talking on that. So obviously we're here. We want to talk a little bit about your parents going missing, right, Krista and Bart? Before we get started, just because you're up here, okay, so I'm just going to read you your constitutional rights, okay? So this is a Dane County issued card that they give us. So I'll just read them to you right off the card, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you so wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the question and remain silent at any time you wish, and the right to ask for and have a lawyer at any time you wish, including during the questioning.
Okay.
Do you understand the rights I just read you?
I do.
Okay. Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Just need a yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Yes.
the second
Okay.
one,
Okay.
so I'll just read it again. Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Oh, I will make a statement.
Okay.
So you understand them? You're willing to talk?
Could I have the card so I could read it? I missed some. I'm sorry.
I can read
Still
it.
having a little bit of problems. The third one?
I'll read it.
We'll just start all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just read them all again.
Yeah.
No big deal.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you so wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent at any time you wish, and the right to ask for and have a lawyer at any time you wish, including during the questioning.
Okay.
So then the only two questions I asked were, do you understand?
Yeah,
your
I
rights?
understand, and I am willing to make a statement.
Okay, perfect. All right, so like we already said, I talked to you yesterday. So today is July 8th. It's about 5:11 now. We started talking at 5:08. So yesterday, July 7th, I came to your house where you live with your parents, Bart and Krista Halderson. And the reason I was there is you had gone to the Windsor Police Department and reported them missing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't go to the department. I went to the office break room area.
In the same building?
Yeah, I think it's mixed in with the city hall.
Okay. But nonetheless, a deputy came and spoke to you. Okay. So you reported your parents missing. We got some information from you yesterday. We've been following leads last night, working today to, go through different things, just trying to locate them, right? So I guess if you want to start with, let's just go back to last Wednesday.
Wednesday. I was with my dad. What time Wednesday? I remember it. It was kind of a bad day.
Okay. Why was it a bad day?
Well, my mom had work, so she was gone. My dad and I were watching something over lunch. It was The Wheel of Fortune. And we normally have the couch, like, with our back facing the table we sat at the end of you coming.
Downstairs or upstairs?
Downstairs.
Okay.
In that room with the TV. I tossed the ball and I smashed the glass.
Okay.
With the dog's help. That set my dad off and we tried to clean it up.
Okay.
I don't know about him, but I got injured. But he was mad. He didn't really talk to me too much that day. My mom got home at 5, I believe. That's her normal, 5:20 to 5:30.
What time does she work, do you know?
7:30 is when she leaves. I don't know her hours, but I know when she leaves
Okay.
at 7:30. And then all the way up till 5, and she comes home 5:20, 5:30.
Did she come home about 5:20, 5:30 that day?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So you guys are downstairs, just to touch back on that quick, so the couch, so yesterday when we were down in your basement, the couches were
in a bed. He helped me put him in a bed before, and Thursday, but they put it into a bed so I could sleep near the bathroom, and the dogs sleep in that floor, so they'll be a lot better if they're sleeping on that floor.
Downstairs floor?
Yeah.
Just cooler for them or something?
Kind of, yeah.
Probably, okay. All right, so you were tossing a ball. What type of ball was it?
Does he strike anybody else as being a little bit delayed? I mean, he's a grown man, supposed to be in college, have a job, about to graduate from college, move to Florida, work for SpaceX, has a steady girlfriend. They're going to live together, starting off on his adult life. And his day was pretty bad because he broke the TV and his dad was mad at him. Like, he's acting like a teenager, right? Isn't that reaction like very teenagery? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That's just like, is that an adult response to, I don't know. He just seems either immature or delayed.
Gross, hairy tennis ball that Rizzo loves.
All right. Just like a green tennis ball, like a normal.
Yeah.
Normal. Okay.
With the squeaker, not like a tennis racket ball. But
they don't chew those. My dog chews those out of any tennis ball. They just chew the squeakers out and then they don't play with them anymore. All right, so you're just tossing that around, broke the fireplace glass. You said you were injured. What type of injury did you?
I thought he said it was the TV.
Last night, Mary looked at it and she said the reason it keeps bleeding is because there's glass in it.
Oh,
So-
that's you showed us your toe.
Yeah, I showed the detective.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that one. It could be infected is what she's thinking, but Neosporin's been helping.
Okay, good. Keeping it clean and stuff. Best you can.
I know how.
Dude, you cut your toe.
Okay.
Crying out loud.
Wednesday, back to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Once I got all the glass out of the dog's hair, she didn't sustain any injuries.
Good.
Nothing even on her nose. She got it with her shoulder bone, I believe. So glass dog. That was roughly.
You think it's an
around
act,
2.
Jennifer? Maybe.
And then the rest, he didn't really talk to me. I went back to doing like a job search, kind of just shitting my day away. Just getting games, YouTube maybe. That's when I came across one of the jobs I liked. Then 5 o'clock rolled by and Mom came home. Dinner.
What did you guys have Wednesday night?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Who made it?
I think it was probably just stuff from the fridge.
Okay.
I think we all did our own thing again.
Sure.
By the way, a detective at my house said something's happened, and while we were leaving, people were going inside. Is there a warrant for my house?
Should there be?
No, I'm just wondering if.
Okay.
Can we go in?
As far as I know, they were at your house and they were going to be there talking to you to ask if you would come up here and talk to us.
But Officer Haley just like walked pretty much in to the gate, the gate on the outside. She just kind of walked in. I was wondering if.
Was that when you were getting your wallet?
No, we were. I was in the car waiting to leave. I was just wondering if everything's okay. Because she said something's happened.
Okay.
And we need to go down.
All right. I'll find out what that's about.
He's acting like he had to have it amputated.
Oh, not sure. All right. So Wednesday night, Mom comes home. Dad was angry. Was he yelling, or what was? How would you describe Dad being angry?
It was. He would yell if you said something to him, I guess. If you talk to him, if you give him his space, he'll be okay. So
Wednesday night.
Wednesday. If you just give him his space.
That night?
That's all we did. Just give him his space. He won't yell or do anything.
Okay.
That's all we had to do. Ma and I went to clean, do some laundry, make our beds, stuff like that.
Who is we?
Ma and I.
Your mom. Okay. And that was Wednesday night.
Yeah, we had an early night. No TV that night.
Gotcha. What time did your parents go to bed Wednesday night, do you think?
I was in bed at 8.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you when they went to bed.
Okay. No worries. And you were downstairs, that's where you've been sleeping, you told me last night?
I was in my room Wednesday.
Upstairs, okay. Gotcha, so in the bedroom upstairs, and then you slept downstairs. Why have you been sleeping downstairs again? You told me last night.
Bathroom.
The bathroom's right
I
there.
need to be close. It's stairs. I can't see too well in the dark now. So.
Gotcha. And just like last night, I'm jotting some notes quick. It doesn't mean one thing is more important than the other. It just means that I need to remember stuff and sometimes.
I understand.
Gotcha. All right, so did you sleep with your door closed that night or open?
Oh, yeah, I always have it closed.
Closed door, yeah, that makes sense.
I feel like they argued a little bit after.
Parents did? What were they arguing about?
Probably what set my dad off that day, the glass.
Okay.
Us not having food ready. Stuff like that. We just microwave whatever was in the fridge, I suppose.
Yeah. Who was upset about that?
Dad.
Dad was? Okay.
He usually doesn't like that. He likes when we cook.
Okay. Okay. Does he ever cook?
I haven't seen him cook. Oh, he grills. He likes to grill. He grilled on Thursday.
Nice. All right.
I think I told one officer that green egg he got, it makes terrible food, but yeah.
Dad does?
Yeah. Oh, the green egg.
Oh, the green egg. That's like a grill or something?
Yeah, it's insulated and makes everything smoky.
Oh, okay.
It's Thursday morning. I wake up.
What time is it?
6.
Okay.
Dogs.
We talked about that yesterday. 6 a.m. is kind of your deal, right? 6 a.m.
Yeah, that internal clock now.
Yeah.
I'm used to things a while. 6. don't often eat breakfast, so I kind of just stay in my room on my phone. Help my mom out getting ready in the morning. She left for work at 7:30. I got her whatever she had to do. What was it? It was meaningless tasks, like just daily, like pillowcase changes and sheet changes, stuff like that. You know, in the morning.
Before work?
Yeah. That's what we always do. Then she's gone. My dad starts the grill around 8:39
in the morning.
To get the temperature right.
Was he working from home that day, or?
Yes.
Okay.
We ate the grill. Nothing really happened between that. We kind of either were outside with
Hello?
the dogs from the lighting of the grill.
This is she.
Him going in, taking a couple calls now and then, or emails or something.
Mm-hmm.
But we just kind of watched the grill and waited to get it set steady at hamburgers for $3.50-ish.
Okay.
Then, yeah, we just kind of waited.
For the burgers?
And then we ate noon 30. Or 12:30, sorry.
Sure.
Then we went inside and had our TV show again, Wheel of Fortune. So it was on around our time for lunch. Or was it Family Feud? The Family Feud was Thursday. Family Feud.
Where'd you guys watch that at? Downstairs?
Same.
Okay. Did you guys have a TV upstairs? I don't remember.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm really trying to work the memory.
That's fine.
Then, yeah, we went to go do our own things. I went back to a little bit more job searching. This time I branched into DeForest instead of just Windsor.
Mm-hmm.
And he went back to work. We planned on something went well. Oh, we were I don't know, something went well for him. So that's all. Then we were hanging out again. My mom texts. I believe I texted her, everything's going well. His phone died, my dad. He didn't, he just kind of like charged it, put it on the dock, and left it. Then we just kind of hung out, and my mom gets home, and I start shrimp scampi for my dad, because that's what he wanted, but we didn't have shrimp, so I made shrimpless scampi. That's where they told me while we were eating it, they were gonna go with their friends, and I was like, oh, cool.
And they said they were going to the cabin.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. We're going up north. That's how they
friends,
referred
okay.
to it.
Who said that, mom or dad?
Mom. My dad doesn't talk while he eats.
Okay.
So there we are at Thursday dinner, up north of the cabin. My dad says, I'll need a set for pipe repair and gas. So I'm like, all right. I grabbed the pipe repair stuff from his plumbing chest, or plumbing box. It's like a tote. of what you need for pipe repair. And 2, whatever jerry cans, I can't remember the amount, but they're red with the safety nozzles. Got those squared away. They had most of their duffels already packed at that point. And we all just started bringing them down to the mudroom with the shoes by the garage.
Where you showed me,
After that, we watched is a Netflix original, 7 Underground, with a thrill-seeking, it's like they fake their deaths and they fly airplanes and they fight at the evil of the world by being ghosts. It's pretty cool.
I don't think I've seen that one yet. Who was watching that?
The 3 of us.
All 3 of you? Okay.
All 3. And that put it at 9. They had their drinks. Went to my computer. My computer was at that black table we sat at.
Sure.
We saw that stuff. Played a video game called Tarkov until midnight. Well, after midnight, maybe even. I lose track of time. And my parents by then were asleep. We got their teeth brushed and everything. Then I got upstairs. Oh, that was Thursday. Yeah, so I did. So we got the bed all set before we played Tarkov. And that's when I crawled into bed from the black table. So after our movie, we set up my couch bed and the pillows for the girls.
Who helped you set the bed up?
My dad.
Dad, okay.
Yes. He knew he was leaving and I would need that. Friday morning, I woke up. They had left with the stuff was all set out. They remembered the gas. I found the folding chairs that they wanted to bring, but they never brought them. I'm assuming they couldn't fit them. So I put those away. That was Friday morning. I go upstairs, feed the dogs. It was around 6-ish, not 6:15 when I woke up. I was a little late that day.
6:15 Friday, okay.
Yes, just when I looked at my phone. Dogs. Saw my Ma's note, the insurance for my appointment. I just ate whatever's on the counter. I think it was cornbread.
Where was the note from your mom?
That was on the kitchen, there's a peninsula.
Yeah.
With the insurance stacked up. But I moved it to the table.
Okay. And then those insurance cards were there also that we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think she knew which one I would need, but I have 3 now.
Okay.
Friday.
Yep.
I hung out with Kat Friday night, I believe.
What'd you do Friday during the day?
Oh yeah, let's work backwards. I kind of took the day away. I played video games.
Okay. Parents are gone, why not, right?
Yeah, I didn't do anything that I should have. I should have been cleaning and all of that.
Oh yeah, that was the problem.
When I was there.
You see all the dog hair? That's got to be gone.
It comes along with it, right?
Yeah.
All right, so Friday during the day, just played video games, kind of.
Yeah, then after work, I believe that was the day Kat came over.
After whose work?
Kat, she is
after
five.
her work.
5 was her work when she was off. I believe she came over.
So she was done around 5.
The cat came at 5, you said?
I don't think she went straight here after. I
Let's not make
believe
sure
she
her
came
does.
over. It could have been later, like 6, maybe give her time for like getting clothes.
It's just after work, you say? Where she work at?
She works downtown Middleton as a farm tech.
Okay.
She, I believe she stayed with me on that couch that night.
So she spent the night over.
Yeah.
You guys both slept on the couch downstairs?
Yeah.
What'd you do before you went to bed?
That was Friday night. That might have been my own night. I might be wrong. I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think I spent that night alone. I just kind of gamed online with some of my friends. Oh, I said Saturday night. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, no worries, man.
So, one night, I gamed alone all night. One night, Kat spent the night on the couch. Oh, and Sunday, she spent the night in my bed with me. She helped me out upstairs.
Sunday night.
Sunday night, I know that because she didn't want to spend another night on the couch bed. She didn't like it. And she went to work on Monday morning. So that was my bed night. We, backtracking, one night she spent on the couch with me, with like the couch bed we've made.
Mm-hmm.
But one night I gamed all night, or all day and night, pretty much. And I'm pretty sure that was Friday night. And let's go with Saturday was my night alone.
Okay. So Friday, we believe she came over.
Yes.
And then Saturday was the game night.
Yes. So backtracking to Friday, when she came by, we actually we just Bright, no, not Bright. There's this movie or a TV series on Netflix. We watched pretty much the entirety of that into the morning. It was apocalypse show.
Okay.
I don't know the name.
What time do you guys think you went to bed?
I say we stayed up well until 10, I would say.
PM?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta be at least the morning. Saturday, we didn't do much. She left. This is when I'm really starting to notice my legs.
Okay.
I'm kind of having the anxiety and all of that, like getting a little frustrated with myself and all of that. Like it wasn't too bad until like last week Tuesday when I started noticing it, and Saturday was like the peak, and it's kind of stayed out like this.
Okay. Peak anxiety
and this kind of like set me like to ask for some space, and I just kind of gamed Saturday. Couldn't tell you when I went to bed. I think I might have even stayed up till 2. That, yeah. Yeah, it was just the same game, Escape from Tarkov. I couldn't get a hold of any of my friends to play with, unfortunately. I played like some here and there from Discord, but none would like, stick around for that late in the night.
Sure.
Then we get to Sunday, it's the 4th.
Judge, I'll give the court reporter a moment. I'm pausing the video at what's on the screen as 17:37:33. What's actually time played as 41:58. It is 10:30, the traditional time for the morning break.
We'll go ahead and do that, ladies and gentlemen, and when we come back, we'll finish up the video. I think it'll take us to the noon hour, but I don't want to go more than that time with you, so even though you've only been in this room about an hour, we'll take a 10-minute break so everybody can have a chance to stretch.
All right, for the jury.
Thanks. Please have a seat, everyone, and I'll dim the lights. We can resume the playback.
I will. And for the written court record, I haven't moved the screen since we paused it, but again, at the actual camera time, 17:37:33 is where we start again. Playback time, 41:58. Words spoken by Mr. Halderson were, "It's the 4th," and I'll begin playing Exhibit 119.
In the morning, I'm a little worried about my family. I think I called my mom. Oh, throughout I've called, I don't know the times though. Throughout the weekend, I mean. But I called my mom, I believe, in the morning, there's along those lines, and I get a text from her. It was a text message, it wasn't even my message, so I assumed. She said White Lake today, so she sent it that day. I couldn't figure out where she was because it was a text. There was no iMessage, so I kind of just like left it at that. They're safe, they're alive. Then
They sent a text message that said we're alive.
gets to the afternoon.
Is that what he just said?
Talking to Dan. I call him up and I ask him, well, what he's doing. Or maybe that was the morning, but I called Dan that Sunday, asked him what he's up to, if he wanted to hang out. I don't like being alone at the house very long.
Dan is mom's coworker / friend?
Yeah, this guy. Go over there he invited me for fireworks in his driveway.
You said yesterday he lived in DeForest or Windsor, one or the other?
Yeah, close.
Okay.
I could point it at a map.
One or the other, I think.
So throughout the day, the dogs, it's just me and the dogs, the fireworks, and the dogs are like running around and into things. I'm trying to keep them okay. All they're doing is knocking stuff over, spilled their water. They haven't eaten. They won't go outside for me. Even on a leash, I couldn't get them out.
What was the deal with that?
The fireworks.
Oh, the fireworks are spooking them so much.
Yeah, all day.
I gotcha.
So I put them both into the fort, cranked the TV.
Did that seem to help at all with them?
Yeah, the loud TV helped. Rizzo doesn't like, or maybe does like New Girl, the TV shows, so we watched that. It's the theme song that gets her, I think. She barks. So we watched that. Izzy fell asleep, so Izzy's the old dog, the older one. Yep. So it was Sunday. Right, Sunday evening, Cat comes by to help me with the girls.
So she wasn't there during the day?
No, it was just me and the dogs. She left Sunday morning.
Okay.
From the, no, she left Saturday morning because I spent Saturday by myself.
I see that.
And then Sunday, it was just me and the girls till whenever Kat got there. We didn't eat together, I don't think. No, this is Sunday. So I went to Kat's house.
On Sunday?
I actually, yeah. So that was Sunday morning is when I left the girls. So all of Sunday morning, I had the girls in the fort and we watched New Girl. I went to Kat's house Sunday to eat, but we ended up not eating there. We went to Cress's house. It's Cottage Grove or Cascade? No, Cedarburg. It's a sea town area.
Okay. So where is it? Near?
I've never.
Cress.
Whose house was that? Cress.
Oh, Chris?
Cress.
So Cress is
You've
just
seen her
so-
on my phone?
Yeah, I saw the calls to her. That's your
helps me out with everything.
Kat's
mom's girlfriend.
Okay.
I try to talk to her as much because she's like, I don't know, wise, and she really helps me with what's going on with me. Because I've been in a slump, I'd say.
Okay.
But
all right. So went to Kat's house Sunday to eat. What time do you think you went over there?
Food at 3:30. That's what they said.
So about 3:30 you went over to Kat's?
Oh, I was at Kat's well before. I was at there noon. Okay. Noon, let's say.
Noon. Where does Kat live?
The east side?
East side of Madison?
Yeah.
Okay. You know I'm sure I could look it up, but do you know the road at all or anything?
Trafalgar? Or Andrew Lane? Trafalgar?
Okay. I'll look it up. That's fine. So you met her Sunday about noon. What'd you guys do at her place?
Well, she realized my legs, I wouldn't be able to do stuff with them. So her brother, and her brother's date went to a thrift store while she had me sleep. She just put me to bed and they went. And then they get home around 2:30. Kat and I rush back to my house, let the girls out, and we go back straight to the farm.
Okay, were you at the farm before you went to let the dogs out, or?
No, we were at Kat's, it's like a duplex.
So Kat's house Sunday around noon. You went to sleep with Kat, her sister?
Her brother.
Kat's brother.
And his date.
Okay. Sorry about that. Went to a thrift store.
Then we went to Cress's and we ate. After that, James left after dinner, leaving his date with us, and we took a swim. After the swim, we left, went to Kat's house to drop off his date. The date stayed at Kat's house. I think the date is Rose, maybe, is what her name was.
Rose? Had you ever met her before?
No, this was a Tinder match from her brother, Kat's brother.
Okay. What time do you suppose you guys went to Cress's house? So got to Kat's around noon, went to
2:30
sleep.
we got back.
Okay.
Kat and I went to my house to let the dogs out, then we left. I think we got gas. And then we went to Cress's. So I would say it was maybe 4 when we got there. We were late for dinner. But it was good because they were still setting up.
Where'd you guys get gas at? Do you remember that?
One of the quick trips in town. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
When you say in town, are we talking DeForest, Sun Prairie?
DeForest, it had to be.
Okay.
I think we got, I'm still not super sure, but I know we were doing something on the way, or we didn't do something. I thought we were gonna do a return, but I'm jumbling it right now, so just have that. We went to my house and back to Crest's, we were late.
Okay.
For dinner.
What were you guys driving? Were you in your
Cat's red Subaru.
Okay. Was she driving or you?
She drives that. Cat's her car.
Red Subaru, you said?
Yeah. It's at my house right now.
Oh, okay. And you rode with her?
Yes.
Where'd you guys go for a swim?
There's like a little pool up at the Cress's house.
Oh,
she's been helping me with like my walking and everything, and they get me there.
Okay. Is it indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
It must have been nice with how hot it has been.
Yeah, they got something fancy to heat it from the sun.
Okay.
But that was the three of us.
Yeah.
Then we went back to around 6, no, later, maybe 7. We went back to Kat's apartment, dropped off Rose, got Kat's dirty or wet clothes. She had wet clothes because she was going to dry them. And we went to my house together.
So Rose got dropped off at Kat's?
Yeah, the duplex in the east side.
Okay. Was James with you guys at that point, or?
No, James left after dinner around 4:35.
Oh, okay.
I keep
Was he not getting along with Rose, or?
No, he had work.
Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. Working on the 4th of July.
Something.
So did Rose get dropped off at Kat's duplex then?
Yes. We'll refer to Kat's house as a duplex.
Yep.
Cress is the farm.
Yep.
We grow berries.
Yep.
My house is my house. That's how we refer.
Gotcha.
Where are we?
Sunday night about 7.
Sunday night
Rose
about
off
7.
at Kat's.
We get Rose dropped off. We get to my house. And we go to my house in DeForest, Windsor. We feed the girls. We put her clothes that she brought, the wet stuff, in the dryer because that's what she needed to do. We get her clothes dry. That's after we get back, actually. And then we go to dance.
Okay.
For the fireworks. But he asked us to come by 8:30. For some reason, I was trying to leave, but I was making a joke about it, that we're gonna be late, like stuff like that, goofy crap. I drove to dance.
Okay. Which car were you guys in?
My dad's Subaru. It's a blue.
The one in the garage.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Then we get there, we stay for 45 to an hour. That's how I got the bottle rocket marks.
Show me those again.
That, the sparks.
That's right, you said
And I
holding
think
them
this
or
was
something?
a wad or something that flew back.
Shot back out of it.
Yeah, that one stuck in for a little bit. That's why it's so bad, but these are sparks.
Okay.
Those are at Dan's house you got those?
Yes.
At Dan's.
I didn't know the stick. You don't hold the stick. The stick flies with it.
Oh, sure.
I didn't know.
So you're over at Dan's house about 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, get my hands a little bit. We find a firework that it spins and takes off, and it went straight to the bush. So we were like, no more of that. we're done.
To light the bush on fire?
No, thankfully it wasn't hot enough for that.
Good.
After that, we cleaned. I gave him a bottle of wine as a thank you for letting us come. Thankfully, I still have a couple bottles at home. While we're there, Dan had a few beers. His girlfriend was there, or fiance, or wife. I'm not sure the relationship, but she was there.
No name?
Never got her name. Just Dan's girlfriend. She's got purple hair. She's IT at MATC. The school's own IT.
Okay. Anybody else there?
Just the two of us, and then the neighbors watched. One to our left and one across the street. One group. The one across the street had some cooler stuff than I've ever seen a person be able to own, firework-wise. But there we are, and then someone in the distance, kind of closer to our house, launched a mortar, artillery firework. And then I was like, okay, we have to go home for the dogs, so we went. And that was pushing 9:30, 9:45. We got home. We got into the couch for it. And put on Daybreak, was the apocalypse show. Daybreak. Put on that because we were trying to finish it.
On Netflix?
Yes. This is Kat and I still.
Yeah.
She was spending the night. The whole time, dogs are pushing me, nosing me and everything. And so we kind of stop and stop watching, and she goes to bed. I'm trying to let the dogs out, or at least go back in a little bit. But the fireworks, they couldn't. When we get to bed upstairs in my room, because she doesn't like the couch, and she had work in the morning.
Yeah.
And I'd say that's 10-ish, 10:30. And the whole time, the younger dog keeps jumping on us. So I leave Kat in the bed, and I go sit out down in the couches and chairs down by the real dinner table. I go sit there and just hang out with the dogs so Kat can get to sleep.
Where we first started talking last night?
Yes.
Like the
main
kitchen,
door.
dining room, and the couches? Okay, gotcha.
I sit down there so Kat can get some sleep, because I don't work tomorrow, she does. Then I put the ladder in front of those steps so the girls can't come up. They pee on the kitchen, the tiles, so I clean that, and at least they went before bed, It wasn't the worst thing. They're not going to go outside.
Yeah.
Then I go to bed. Then it's Monday morning. Kat goes to work 7:50-ish, maybe earlier. Then I'm left to myself, so we put on New Girl in the couch for it on Monday morning. I go back and forth through some video games, and then back. Video games. Back, and then
Those don't like to stand up very good.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to stretch a little bit while I'm sitting. Hurts. So New Girl, video games. This is Monday. We're getting later. I have a little bit to eat for lunch. Well, at the end of the day on Monday, I did go for the afternoon I did go to the farm to talk to Cress and Kat's mom. I told them what's happening with my health because I had the appointment at 2.
Did you go to the farm before or after the farm?
Because I told them what happened to me. And I told them the legs are probably going to be permanent and the headaches should be fixed after the hemorrhage is cleared a little bit. So now that I'm there, I talked to their mom and Crest together. And
Yeah, the hemorrhage that he doesn't
I
have.
think Kat's mom is all right with me. I don't know, she wants me to move into the east side Kat's house and start paying rent as an apartment because she doesn't like that I live at home.
Does Kat live with their mom or?
Kat has an apartment.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Kat does?
Yeah, it's by Mifflin.
Okay.
The Party Avenue. It's by there.
Okay.
So I'm there talking to their mom and Crest. Then I go up to have, break down by their shed and they go swimming. Right by the swimming pool is the shed, so they wanted to watch me, break down and all that. So after I noticed they're just watching, I just walk over to them.
Describe your breakdown to me.
I actually cried. Started kicking grass, just doing the toddler tantrum shit. Then I
Because you are a toddler.
hopped in the water with them.
Okay.
So it was too late. I was in the water and I realized Crest didn't have a top. And that was uncomfortable. But I talked to them more, and that's when she brought up the housing situation, how she doesn't like how my parents are. I guess I don't know. She doesn't know them that well. She's never met them.
Okay. Cress was saying that?
And Kat's mom. Kat's mom is is her first thought right away.
Yeah.
So they're offering me to get a job, live with them, work for them while I'm working, and pay rent. And that's kind of their deal. I would have a month free of rent, or a month or 2 maybe if they're thinking. I could be able to borrow a car from Crest maybe if she's nice. Or not using it, I'd be able to go to work.
Did she have a lot of cars or something? No, okay. Just an extra one, probably.
She stays at the farm.
Okay.
So if she didn't need it, I could use it to go to a job, or at least interviews.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a job,
He's
near where I
delusional.
live, so I could bike, keep me, these going. I don't think they can get worse, but I could keep doing it,
Yeah.
Where are we?
Sunday. So you were swimming, having a little breakdown. What were you having a breakdown about?
You ever have your legs kind of? Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Just.
Okay.
I don't even know if they're done bleeding as bad as they can be yet. So that's not fun.
And I think you were telling me last night it's a symptom of a concussion, right?
So
Is that right?
that's not it. It's a symptom of nerve damage from the hip to my spine. So it's permanent.
Okay, I understand that now better.
Yeah. So it's just legs. I think it's waist feeling is probably colostomy bag down the road and all of that. But here we are Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're sitting in the pool, we're hanging out. They're just talking to me. sometimes they're being nice, sometimes they're like making the offer, like, hey, if you move in, you can pay rent. This is a good neighborhood. It's a cul-de-sac. There's parking. So, yeah, on the east side, just off of Milwaukee Street, that's Andrew. You take a left turn onto Andrew on Milwaukee.
Yep.
So that's it. So it's a good neighborhood, kind of like the one by my parents. If I lived there, I'd at least be on doing my own thing. And then they're like, well, appreciate you stopping by. So I head out and I go, that was Monday afternoon, I go to dinner at Kat's house on the east side.
Okay. What time do you think that was?
Had to be 7:30. I left the farm, which is Cress's.
7:30 p.m.
Cress's is the farm.
Okay.
So we're at Kat's. And then she's planning on feeding me. This is Monday, correct?
Yeah.
It's after the farm swim with Cress. I think we just eat and cuddle a little bit.
Okay.
When I go home, there's the girls. Let them out and go to bed because I kind of had a day.
Yeah. What time do you think you left her place?
I'd say 9.
You left about 9, okay. She didn't come with you?
No, I was alone that night.
Wow.
Okay.
I really want to drag her away. I think she stayed at her apartment or her house that night, not apartment.
Okay.
So there we are. Tuesday morning. It was just. I can't remember Tuesday. Dan wakes me up, I believe, with something, or not wakes me up. I did the 6 again with the dogs and the food, but I got back in bed. I don't know if I passed out or zoned out a little bit, but. Dan is worried about my mom on Tuesday, I think.
Did he call
I
or
said
text
no word. My mom. I don't know if he called or texted.
Okay.
I think he just contacted. That's what I can think of.
Reached out.
Yeah, he reached out. Then I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday morning. They should be here. No worried. I think I called my mom that day.
All right.
And then.
You talked to her?
No, she never picked up. It's always the voicemail, instant voicemail. You know when you.
Yeah.
So it's off, out of range. I don't know the other factors that could give you that.
It's like a voicemail right away. Goes straight to voicemail, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So whatever factors can give you that.
So I might have missed it. So from the time like they left, did you talk to them at all when they were
I got a
up
text.
north? You got the one text.
Yeah, and I
that you mentioned
don't
earlier.
even like it.
Right?
Yeah.
But that was it? Nothing else?
Yeah. So that's fishy to me, even the text, because I realized Memorial Day is when the White Lake Parade is.
Oh, sure.
There's no 4th of July. Maybe there's cheap drinks, but there's no parade at White Lake on the 4th. So, well, maybe there is now. I realize I've always gone on Memorial because that's the weekend I get time off from school and all of that. You don't get time off for the 4th.
So basically, from the time that they're gone at the cabin and you're home, running around doing what you're doing, you just had one communication with mom?
Yeah, that's kind of how I just assumed the amount of people, where they're at, and whether all.
Well, I understand. I was just making sure it wasn't more than one.
Her not contacting, but this was the only text.
Was there anything with Dad?
No, I wouldn't even bother talking to him. He wouldn't use his phone while he's up there. He loves it.
Oh.
You know.
Does he keep his phone on him when he's up there?
It's usually in the car.
Oh, okay.
My brother and I just text all the time while we're up there. We even set up wire antennas sometimes to make better connection.
Sure.
So here we are. Where?
Tuesday. Dad leaves his phone in. Ow!
Voicemail
In the car?
Voicemail immediately Tuesday-ish. Where?
Dan called, worried about mom not coming to work. He had already fed the dogs and that before Dan called in, or reached out to.
Why would you leave your phone in the car? Like, even if you're not going to use it, why would you leave it in the car?
So Tuesday. I'm doing this part. I got a coffee at a Quick Trip one day. Well, I think that could have been Tuesday morning. Okay. At Quick Trip, I got a coffee, and I used my dad's number at a Quick Trip to get me the free one because it was the Cruise of Gold. I could have afforded it, but there's a free one, and it's Tuesday, or it wasn't Monday. I could have gotten $1 one, but it was full price, I believe, and I grabbed the coffee because it was a free one. He hasn't used it for weeks, so I grabbed that at a Quick Trip. I couldn't tell you which one.
Well, there's your
I was
motive.
driving at that point.
He wanted a free coffee.
When you use it's a rewards card is what they call it, right?
Yeah.
You just enter his phone number or something.
You type it.
Okay.
But I got coffee. Had to be, I'm assuming Tuesday. And I got a free one.
Sweet.
It was terrible.
Oh, it was?
I wanted to try Karuba Gold.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. Then we're at Tuesday. Cat's working up, my gaming job hunt. And then I started trying to get the glass. Because I've been a little lazy on the glass. I just kind of had chairs in front of it. I broom and, a little sweeper holder, you broom it into that.
Dustpan.
Yeah. And I'm tossing the glass into recycling. I get most of it. There's a bunch in the cracks of the stone that I'm picking out by hand. I didn't injure myself from that, but just yeah. Just my blood was kind of on the floor, so I got the Swiffer I borrowed from Kat, from the foot. I borrowed a Swiffer to mop. I Swiffered the floor, like not the stone, but the floor. And then I got a little bit in the kitchen. And then everywhere kind of I walked, pretty much. The bathroom, the kitchen, and then I couldn't get the carpet, so I still stained that up to look crappy.
Where was their carpet at?
The stairs between basement and kitchen.
Carpet. Oh, that's right.
Carpet stays. I tried. I can't get it out. I don't know how to do that, but then all the way up to the laundry room where I found my first aid kit. I just tried to stop all the bleeding, but it wouldn't stop. So.
And that blood was all coming from your left foot.
Yeah, left foot hole.
Left foot hole. Yeah. I mean, are we talking massive amounts of blood? Or are we talking, a little bit, like describe?
It started as drops until I got to the bathroom. And then I got back to go grab my sock and some of the paper towel. And then I see the glasses in there, so I grab a tweezers and I pull it out. And then it starts squirting out. And I got some On
That's
a
what
little bit of the
happens
rock. It wasn't that bad.
when
on
you
the rock,
unstop the
but
hole.
It,
The
I
blood
think the
comes out.
worst was that floor. That, like, it kind of like,
What
you
now,
know, like
Spike?
this lid puddles.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't good.
Are we talking the floor down in the basement?
Well, that one, and then I go upstairs to the kitchen, and it's still going, and I'm trying to get my foot in
What?
the sink just to slow it down and
What,
pinch
you want
it
to talk to
maybe.
Aunt Judy?
And then I waddle upstairs to the IFAC, or the first aid kit.
Don't eat it. It's not food.
And once I got it kind of bundled up, it stopped for what I know. Then I go, I need to get some tape. We have a tape box in the basement. I go there and I opened it up again.
No, don't eat it. It's
The
not.
basement was easy to clean. It's just cement,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of water, and I rigged that up. But I grabbed the tape box and I wrapped it. After that's Tuesday.
Yep.
That's Tuesday. Wings. I go to Cats.
Oh, okay.
We had wings.
What time?
It could have been. I've been doing the BS of first aid and all that. I go to Kat's house with her mom and her brother. That could have been 5 or 6. I can't give you the exact.
Did you guys pick up the wings and go there, or?
No, I drove to Kat's. Straight there.
What'd you drive?
The Subaru. Right.
Car of choice.
I just with the Volvo's seat, it like, you know, I can't do it with my foot.
Okay. So we're talking about wings. Did you guys go pick up wings, or?
Yeah, so we get there, and we're calling around, seeing what's up. James is getting home with Jimmy John's. And we're like, oh, don't eat all of it. He's like, I'm hungry now. You know, that post-gym crab thing. So he grabs, eats half of his sandwich, and then we go, Kat and I, the two of us, in my car, we go to
What if that's for?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh, there you are.
Do you remember which one?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I don't. It had to be east, right? That's close to
Yeah.
It's by a mall.
Probably East
It's by a mall. It is a mall. We go in, we get the wings, we go out. We go to Cats, we eat. We watch this movie, Pretty in Pink or something. It's about a girl that likes fashion and goes to Harvard.
Is that on Netflix or just normal TV?
They have like everything there. I didn't know.
Alright, so we ate the wings at Cats, watch Pretty in Pink.
Yeah, it is a mom's choice. But the 4 of us, we all ate.
Okay.
And then went upstairs, laid down in our bed for a few minutes.
Just letting the food settle.
Stop.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
Notice she's kind of falling asleep. So I'm like, okay, I'm ready to get out of here. And I go home, get the girls all ready for bed, going outside, get them water.
What time do you think you made it home?
Say 9 at the latest. And then two girls, water, not really food, they ate before, but water and play, like indoor playtime in the bathroom.
Sure.
So
Did you guys go to, so you were home alone then?
I've been home alone this whole weekend, really, except when Cat comes.
Yeah,
So Cat didn't come that night. So now we're pushing Wednesday, aren't we?
What time do you think you went to bed on Tuesday night?
Probably pretty dang close when I got home, 10 at the latest. I've kind of been tired lately.
Sure.
Then in the morning on Sunday? Or no, wait, where are we?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay, so Wednesday. I try to go to the farm. I keep spamming Cress. I kind of need someone to talk to because I'm freaking out about my parents. Jane's calling me. I give her the address to go to the farm, or to the cabin. Jane Helgendorf. Never picked up from Cress, so I go home.
Did you drive over to the farm or?
Yeah.
Because she wasn't answering her phone, right?
No, I got close, but then I realized I can't just show up. They'd shoot me. They don't know what I drive. What I look like with a hat on.
They got guns over there, or would they actually shoot you?
No, I'm just saying. Her dad lives there. He's 90. He got a buck when he was 95 or something. So I know if he didn't know who I was, he could have.
Yeah.
So he's old. But if he can use a gun, that's why I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So Cress's dad lives there too.
Yeah.
Is it Cress's farm or dad's
It's
farm?
her dad's. He built it.
Oh, okay. And then
She lives there. She's managing the property because he's in the chair.
Yeah, he's old.
So then it's not really a farm. It's a
farm,
a hobby farm.
Yeah, I gotcha.
They
I
just
haven't ever been there.
let wildflowers grow for the bees. That's pretty much it. And their own berries. But it's then here we are. I turn around and then Jane calls.
Well,
I
hello.
get a picture of the property at the cabin. And I see that. So I'm looking at the cabin. And then it doesn't look right. There's a birch tree in front. And I didn't like the look of it because that didn't just sit right with me a little bit. But it looked like tracks were pushed down into the grass a little bit. I don't know, in the picture. And Mike said there was like light tracks, like someone was there.
Where was the birch tree at?
It looked like it was in the middle of the drive. And sometimes we do that. We find a fallen log and we put it like a double door entrance. So you go in from the gate, you park, you move the next, and then you drive.
Yeah, sure.
So that's like the only security we can get up there. We have done that before. The grass is overgrown, but that's from the storm and the fallen trees. You can't mow there because the flowers.
Nancy, I'm glad.
So with the birch tree, I mean, if you guys typically put stuff down like security, why did it look weird to you this time?
I've never seen that log. We have this log that's close to the shed. It's, I would say, closer to petrified than rotten. It's hard, like really hard.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of tree, but that's what my dad and I use when we go.
So you typically use the same tree. This one just seemed out of place too.
Yeah, that's not the tree we use.
Gotcha.
Where are we?
Wednesday morning, Jane sends you a picture of the cabin. You see the birch tree and look right to you.
Then I go to the police station because I ask her, when should I make a thing? I'm sorry.
No worries, man. Wednesday morning, you said you went to the police department?
Yeah, to make a, talk to him about my parents. And then I met with 3 sheriffs that came.
3, you said?
3. There was a Seeley, he's bearded. The guy that drove me here, I'm not sure the name. And then Collins, she was also doing canvassing. So canvassing. So here we are, those 3. I get the questions answered. Then we go to my house. And then there's 3 more, the same 3 sheriffs.
So they talked to you at the police station or wherever you
Yeah, I get information and stuff.
And then they came to your house?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Shadow?
Okay. And that's probably about, then I came a couple hours later.
They were there questioning, you're here now questioning. And then that night, what night am I on? Wednesday night. I go to Dan and Mary's.
Wednesday night. What time do you think?
They feed me, I had probably 7:30.
And you said you went to
Dan and Mary Mary Sesto and Dan something-a-bitch.
So Mary Sesto's house?
Mary Sesto's house. It's on the same road.
As
pretty
yours?
much. Yeah, okay. They just up the curves.
Around the corner. For dinner you went there?
Yeah, well, they just fed me. They didn't eat.
Okay.
They just wanted to brainstorm.
Any good ideas come out of it?
No.
Okay. So you said you went...
only could think of Dan, and Dan's been here.
Yeah. So you said you went to the police department to talk about your parents. Just tell me, what exactly did you talk about your parents with the deputies about?
Oh, we're making a report. That I thought I had to do that at a station.
Okay. And you were reporting, like, what were you reporting exactly? I just want to write down and have it on there.
They're missing this.
Okay. They're missing this. Okay. Gotcha.
And
as far as you know, I mean, were you able to tell? We've gone into a lot of detail last night and tonight, right?
Shadow,
Yeah.
Do you think that you gave them as much information as you've given me, or do you think that we've
You've asked way more questions.
Yeah.
You even asked about my injuries, the bleeding and the fireplace.
Yeah.
The sheriffs kind of gave what they need to make reports, and you just asked about, like, home life.
Everything, right? Okay.
So you got more in depth.
Yeah.
I think. Wednesday, here we are, and throughout the weekend I've been calling.
Okay. All right. I'm just kind of looking at some things here. So we started Wednesday. Mom had work. You and your dad watched Wheel of Fortune. I'm just going to kind of read stuff back through a little bit, okay? And we kind of ended it last night because I've been talking to you since then, so I don't think there's much else that I need you to tell me from last night. So watching Wheel of Fortune, you're on the couch, table downstairs, couch with the back to the table downstairs, and tossing the ball around for the dog and broke the glass fireplace. Your foot gets hurt, Dad gets mad. Right?
Yeah.
Mom left for work in the morning, comes home later on. Dog was fine, not injured at all. Was it the dog or the ball that crashed into the glass?
Both. The ball bounced it, but the dog hit it at the shoulder. Okay. That's how it broke. The ball went on it.
Yeah, probably not. Okay. All right. Playing games, watching YouTube, job search. I'm just gonna still reading out loud, just make sure I don't have any questions. You guys typically make your beds every day? Looked like they were made yesterday when I was there.
Yes.
Okay.
We usually use sheets every few days and beds.
change the sheets every year?
Every few,
Yeah.
they get changed.
I was gonna say, that's
In the
motivated.
cases. Or the dog hair, it's kind of hard to sleep.
Yeah, they probably do have some pretty long hair.
The heat they shed. But.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I get it. I got a dog. He sheds too, but you got two of them. You know. All right. As far as the blood on your foot, how did you clean that up? So we were talking. You had blood on
Swiffer wet jet.
Okay, Swiffer wet jet. And where did you get that from?
Cat let me borrow it.
Where is it at now?
I returned it
to Cat.
Yeah. I don't know where it's at now. He just brought it back. Gave it back to her.
Did you use anything else?
Hydrogen peroxide for the tiles and the hard floors. Just the big globs needed a little bit.
Hydrogen peroxide. Did that seem to help get rid of the blood?
Well, it hurt my foot. That stuff. But it didn't really help.
Okay.
It kind of just made a mess.
And when you say only on tiles, I'm trying to remember your house.
I couldn't do carpet with it. It would ruin the carpet, right?
It would. I think so. Tiles, are we talking kitchen? Because downstairs is just like cement.
Well, when I had some blood on the basement, I used the peroxide.
Okay. Basement floor and tiles in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, peroxide. It wasn't as much. Like, there weren't, like, this size pools in the kitchen.
Okay.
I was pinching it pretty dang hard, but which was also cutting deeper because I had might still have another piece of glass.
Is that the biggest pool that you saw? Was something?
This was downstairs. Okay. This was kind of on the stone, close to the glass, and then there was one right at the base, kind of where the chairs I put. Okay. Like a good, like 2 or 3 inch diameter.
2 or 3 inch diameter. Okay.
More than that.
Did you do anything to, so I wrote down on Tuesday that you tried getting the glass cleaned up in the basement, tossed it in the glass and recycling. Did you clean up at all when it actually happened?
No, my dad was furious.
So you just
so he did stuff
to clean it?
Yeah, I don't know what he did. But he sent me to my room upstairs and he did whatever he did, but it still was on the floor after he was done.
Okay. Did your dad get injured at all when the glass broke? Did he step on any or anything?
He sent me up, but I don't doubt it. When he gets mad, he's not thinking.
So we don't know if your dad got hurt?
No.
Okay.
No. But my best guess is that guy reached in the fireplace and cut off his arm or something. I don't know.
What's up?
Head pain? Do you guys have like Tylenol or something? I know you guys can't really offer anything like that. But
Like a headache?
Yeah, I've been getting the migraines from all of the hits and stuff.
Yeah, we can try and give you something.
So all right, so cleaning up the blood, we just got the Swiffer and the hydrogen peroxide.
Just kind of smeared it around. There's another thing. Paper toweling. Yeah, just that.
Okay.
And then there's, I don't know.
Where did all those paper towels go? Just in the trash?
Yeah. Some just everywhere in my car trash, in my trash.
They ended up in the car trash?
There's a bag in the car that I carry around. It's a car trash.
Oh, okay.
It's like a gallon bag.
Okay.
That's more portable than the garbage can. So, yeah, bloody rag after bloody rag, just trying to get it all up. And I don't know, it was a lot. I didn't feel sick, so it couldn't have been that much, right?
Yeah, you didn't lose enough to pass out or anything. Is there any reason to believe mom or dad's blood would be somewhere in the house? Have they been injured at all that you're aware of?
Oh, my dad scratches his psoriasis till he, like, gushes blood.
Okay. Gushing, describe gushing to me.
Enough to run down your leg, like cover your leg, I suppose. Like, he does it on his knee. So when he does this, it just, like, drips down. And I ask him to stop, but he doesn't do it when he's stressed out.
Yeah.
He just kind of, like, it's his tick.
Yeah, probably itches. Does he, like, does it enough to get on the floor? Does it leave?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like how much, like, before we were talking the water bottle lid and the Yeti lid, is there, I mean, like, are we talking puddles like that or just drippings or?
It could be enough.
Okay.
No, I'm thinking Yeti lid if he's there and I don't catch him soon enough.
Oh, jeez.
My ma's blood, just from her bloody noses she gets sometimes when she wakes up. That's why we've been doing the humidifier and dehumidifiers.
Yeah. Probably downstairs you get the...
We have to do multiple of them, but she can't be in the living room too long because that's a dehumidifier. And if she does, her nose gets bad. Not like a regular one, she gets it bad. But she either goes to the kitchen to fix it, her vanity, or the bathroom.
When she has bloody noses, are we talking it's just spraying around? Is it just dripping?
Well, it's not squirting, but it's just dripping, and she doesn't notice it.
Okay.
She can't feel it anymore.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe that in either one of their vehicles there would be any of their blood?
Their vehicles?
Yeah. Or anybody's vehicle, let's say that.
Maybe car trash. Mom's car trash would definitely the past few days. My dad's car trash.
Why would they have blood in their car trashes?
Well, my mom does the bloody noses with the air conditioning. So when we have air conditioning, my mom will have to use bring towels and stuff because in the hot days you can't have your windows open. You won't drive well.
No.
So air conditioning, my mom will have nosebleeds. My dad hasn't had them as much as she does, but he gets them.
Okay.
His are worse than my mom's.
Does he ever get them in the house then, or?
Mostly just with air conditioning, but sometimes with a dehumidifier.
Okay.
Me personally, just in air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
I get them, but not as bad as my parents. It's not bad.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just
listening right now.
I'm just thinking.
It's kind of absorbing.
I just want to make sure that I'm asking everything so I don't have to keep calling you and stuff.
Do you know my brother? Is he okay?
Mitch?
Yeah, did he make it? I know, that's a long drive for
He hasn't
those
called.
two.
Yeah, he hasn't called me at all, so I don't know.
I don't think they've ever done a trip like that. So
it's like 3 hours, 3.5 of it.
Mitch can't have it.
As far as up at the cabin, when do you think the last time
you were up there?
Personally, last year.
Last year.
Memorial Day, I believe. If it wasn't the weekend before Memorial. I didn't make the parade. I never got to go last year.
When do you think the last time your mom or dad were at the cabin before?
My dad went when my brother was diagnosed with diabetes.
When was that?
The weekend before my concussion, so 1, 2, 3, not including this week, 3, 4, yeah, 4 weeks.
Your brother doing okay? He wasn't born with diabetes then?
No, this was, like it's the kind you're born with.
June of this year, like 3-4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went up, noticed our plumbing's gone to crap, and he bought a new set or something at a flea farm or a Home Depot, or it's like a 4-way converter type thing for the plumbing.
Okay.
Something
for the cabin.
Yeah, for the cabin.
It's for like a toilet, or
yeah, we have a toilet up there actually now.
Nice. Not just an outhouse.
No, there is an outhouse.
Yeah, you want an aspirin?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Cool. What did you say?
I got Advil, does that work?
Yeah. Cool. I thought you said Adderall.
No, I don't have
No, not that. Just Advil. Just over the counter stuff.
Yeah, B.J. Thomas used to sing that song.
Appreciate it.
You bet me what you're gonna drop on that.
Thanks, Tim.
I had his album, that song was on it.
Just say Advil on them, right? You put them on your mouth already? Definitely there.
Yeah.
Nope, I just got
so the plumbing went to
true
crap.
serum.
No.
Is it
Just
like
Advil.
was it a sink or a toilet, or what was it with the plumbing that went bad?
So when we have to pour water in every time we go up to start the pump.
Oh, okay.
So some reason by pouring water in, the water never rose in the toilet bowl apparently. So you couldn't flush it. You know, the water didn't come to the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
So he needed a new thing to stop whatever the problem was. I think leaking. I don't know. I didn't hear everything from him.
Sure. How did he find out about that?
He?
Yeah. How did he know that there was a plumbing issue up there?
Well, he went up there just to go see the cabin.
Oh, so when he went up a couple weeks ago, he realized an issue. This time he wanted to fix it.
Well, he fixed the major issue, so it won't be flooding the house.
Okay.
Or the cabin. Now, he wanted the pipe set to redo it.
Okay.
Because we need new pipes because they're lead. And I think we might be moving to plastic because there's no water heat. We can do plastic.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what that part was. But that was when Mitch diabetes.
You don't have hot water?
The number one.
Did Mitch go up there with him?
No, my mom and I were kind of with Mitch all that weekend doing stuff.
Dad just went alone.
Yep. And then later that week, I had my fall. And I just started getting my memory back.
Okay.
So.
Where did his mom been up there this year at all?
Mom has not been up there this year. Maybe they
Yeah,
were
and
up there
B.J.
before.
Thomas sang it too.
No, I think Dad did it
I
all
have
himself,
the album. I don't know if he sang it first, but he sang it.
And Mitch hasn't been to the cabin in a while, right?
Today?
Oh, well, other than today.
Yeah, I couldn't say he's been there. He didn't go last year.
Okay. Does he kind of do his own thing, or?
Mitch hasn't lived with us, or, you know, like, he's got a family now, a dog, a girlfriend, no kids, but it's kind of, you know, opposite side of town. You know how it is with brothers.
Yeah,
He's flew the coop.
Got a few of them myself.
Yeah.
All right.
I've started thinking about that myself, and my parents are trying to figure that out with me.
Mm-hmm. About that?
We got all the background, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So
Well, I like his
I
version.
think it's time we start talking about what happened to your parents. like the truthful version.
Okay.
Okay? So we have like 20 pages of writing. We're gonna start with a clean, white piece of paper for you to start telling the truth.
Okay.
Why? Because listen to me. This is the only chance you're gonna have to tell us the truth.
Okay.
Okay? What we, listen. I can't tell you what we know, but we know you're not telling us the truth. We know your parents are no longer with us. Okay? And we know the reason why. Okay? You need to tell the truth.
Okay, this is the important part, y'all.
Listen. You need to tell the truth about what happened and just tell us why it happened. Okay? If
I
something
didn't say it
happened,
wasn't
if
the
you were
cover. Y'all
defending
shit.
yourself, or if you just got
Listen.
fed up with stuff, you need to tell us the truth. Okay? This is your chance to tell us why. Okay? I'm not BSing you. Okay? So can we do that?
Okay.
What happened? Oh, he stopped the video.
There'll be a pause.
You're writing. I can't pay attention. You know that.
You're under arrest. Okay?
What happened? Okay.
Look, you know what happened. We're not going to tell you what happened. You know what happened. You were there when it happened. We're not BSing you, okay?
I wasn't there when it happened. We know more than you think we know. I understand. But there's people that have told us things. We have evidence. We have proof that more has happened about that. So your parents never made it to the cabin, and I think you know that.
Quit stopping the video.
You want to stand up and just come over here for me?
That song too. That was on the same album.
Wallet. Just a wallet that just put in there. Oh. What's this right there? Vape in the corner, please. Okay. So they won't take the vape down in the jail. Okay. Where's your coin purse at? You just took it. Oh, that's a vape and a coin purse. No, it's in. Oh, in. I got you. Just gonna make sure you don't have it. Okay.
And I'm going to stop, and it ends for all intents and purposes at 1:48:24. And Judge, you can turn off the screen for a moment if you'd like.
No, you won't. Or your vape. Well, he might need his vape, but he's not getting it.
That interview was conducted on July 8th. On July 9th, the next day, were photographs taken of Mr. Halderson's toe.
Photographs were taken of his toe, and I believe on the 9th.
And you've seen those photographs as well as the other photographs taken on that day in the course of the investigation?
Yes.
Showing exhibits 500 and 501. What are those?
Those appear to be images of the injury on Chandler's foot.
Okay. I'd move 500 and 501 into evidence.
Your Honor, I have a foundation objection.
Can you lay more foundation through this witness for the photos?
Sure.
Why?
Who took these photographs?
That would be Deputy Jim Plenty.
And you've reviewed these photographs in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And the series of photographs taken start with overviews and move down to specific areas of Mr. Halderson's body?
Correct.
So while in these photographs you can't see Mr. Halderson, in the overview ones and as they move closer, you can identify the person?
Yes.
And who is the person being photographed?
Chandler Halderson.
That's fine.
They are received. They may be published.
I'd move to publish 500 and 501. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Would you mind queuing that up?
He said he cut his toe in the interview. That's not enough foundation for a picture of a cut toe?
Okay, Judge, you could turn on the screen.
Here's the HDMI. Are you all set for it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 500. Is that photograph taken?
Oh, good Lord. That's the little
Yes.
cut we're talking about? What a baby.
Correct.
Can I just read the back of 500?
Yes.
No further questions for now.
Cross-examination?
None at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You may return back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an appropriate time to take our noon lunch break since we're about 4 minutes away from noon. It's 5 degrees outside. Be cautious and careful. But as always, you're free to leave and go get lunch or have lunch here. We'll resume on the record at 1:15. I want to make sure you have enough time for the break. Again, my thanks for your patience this morning. We'll start right at 1:15 and resume. And of course, while you're away from this room and perhaps even this building, don't discuss the case with anyone else or become exposed purposely or inadvertently to any information about the case, research about the case, or discussions about the case. Thank you all. Randy.
All right, for the jury.
Gave me one.
Please be seated, everyone. Folks, I'll inquire whether anyone was exposed to any information, discussions, conversations, research, or inadvertent or intentional seeking out of information during the lunch break. I see no hands. Thanks very much. We'll continue. Attorney Brown.
The state calls Jill DeStefano. Jill, you can come with me. You're going to go with that gentleman right there.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Okay.
Good afternoon. I observe you're wearing 2 masks. My inquiry of every witness has been whether they feel they can safely and responsibly testify without wearing masks. I don't force anyone. It's up to you. Do you wish to remain masked or do you want to testify without a mask?
I think given this distance, I'm comfortable taking it off.
All right, thank you then. And I will ask you still to pull the microphone forward from the base so that it's nice
From the
and close.
base.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell it for the jury here?
My name is Jill DeStefano, JILLDESTEFANO.
And Jill, whereabouts in the country do you live?
St. George, Utah.
And do you ever have occasion to visit this area of the country?
The first time I ever did was this summer.
And what brought you over to this area?
My daughter and her fiance live here
And whereabouts do they live?
in Sauk City.
Okay. And do they live in the city or out in a rural area?
It's rural. They kind of live in a weird spot on the edge of 3 counties.
Sure.
But I'd call it rural. Definitely for me, it's rural.
Okay. And is there any public land near where they live?
Yes.
And whereabouts is that in relation to their property?
They live 2 houses away from the river. Well, I guess there's woods before you get to the river. And across the street is a large open lot that is not public land, but at the time I first got here, I thought it was. It all looks like public land to me. It's all open.
Sure. And were you visiting this summer around July 3rd?
Yes.
And in that day, on July 3rd, in the morning between 8, 9 a.m., were you outside?
Yes.
And what were you doing outside that day?
Playing with my granddaughter. I'm raising my granddaughter, and she and I were running around out in the front yard. Well, actually, she was running. We were waiting for my daughter to come because we were going to go to the park.
Okay. And did you see anything that day that ultimately maybe you were asked about from the police in this investigation?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a man who was walking away from some cars parked at the end of the street. At the time, I didn't know the river was there. So he was parked facing the river in the woods, and he walked away from it, and then he walked back to his car. And mind you, I was watching my granddaughter. I noticed him, but I was watching her. And then I thought he was walking back to meet someone, and then he didn't. And he looked across the street from my daughter where there's a big open lot, which at the time I thought maybe he was looking for a hiking trail. And then I didn't see where he went after he went back to his car. I assume now the only place he could have gone would have been into the woods.
Okay. And what stuck out to you? Why did you remember this? Or was there anything odd that caused you to remember this?
Actually, no. At the time,
Roger Whittaker originally sang and commercially released Wind Beneath My Wings in 1982, although the song was written by Larry Henley and Jeff Silbar. Several other artists recorded versions before Bette Midler's version became the most famous one after its use in the 1988 film Beaches. Other artists who recorded versions of the song in the early to mid-1980s include Sheena Easton, Lou Rawls, and Gladys Knight and the Pips.
I didn't think it was odd. I just thought it was a guy who was going hiking. And when I met my daughter later, it was my very first day in Wisconsin. I said, "Is there hiking trails around your house? It looked like there was a guy there going hiking." And she says, "No, people don't go hiking there. They go fishing usually down by the river." And so I at the time, I didn't even think it was odd. I just thought maybe there were some good hiking trails.
Sure. Do you know what the roads are around there, even called?
Yes, because I ended up staying for 2 months once I got here.
Sure. About what are the road names that are around that area?
My daughter lives on the corner of, I think it's Highway 188, and it's called Jensen Road, but it's also called Old Highway 60, depending on which county you're in.
Okay.
And then it's right, the next street over is the new Highway 60, I assume it's new.
Got it. This man that you saw, if you give us a general physical description of him.
He was about somewhere in his early to mid-20s to maybe early 30s. Not real tall, maybe 5'10"-ish, I'd say. Either dark hair or a dark hat, I'm not 100% sure. And he was wearing a backpack and some pants. I can't remember if they were jeans or khakis, but it looked like he was going hiking.
Did you catch were you able to observe what his race was?
He was white. Well, I assume he was white based on his skin color.
Okay. 1 second. You mentioned he was coming from some cars. Do you know what car he was coming from or what the cars were?
I know there were 2 or 3 cars parked there because they hadn't been when I arrived the night before. One of them was a Subaru. I know that because I had just sold my Subaru. And I don't know and one of them was dark. And I don't know for sure which car he was coming from or to. He was just around them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. It's not unusual to see cars parked in that area, correct?
I wouldn't know. That was my very first day there.
You spent 2 months there?
Afterwards, there were days when there were no cars, and there were days when there were 2 or 3 cars, yes.
So it's not unusual that there were cars parked there?
Based on what I saw this summer, I would say so. Say it's not unusual, yes. Sorry, that wasn't clear.
This person you saw, you didn't recognize them as someone you knew, correct?
No.
And you didn't recognize them in any way other than the brief description you just gave, correct?
Correct.
That's it, thank you.
Any redirect?
No,
May this witness be excused and released from her subpoena.
she is both excused and released from her subpoena.
Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
rest of your day.
I'll recall Brian Shunk to the stand. Thank you.
Pardon? No. I'll remind you that you're still sworn from the oath you swore this morning.
I don't. Shadow sat on the laptop and now I can't type. There's no way. My keyboard's not working. So, sorry.
Good afternoon,
Brian
Detective.
Shunk's on the
Good
stand.
afternoon.
Can't type it.
I think you've testified previously that you are one of the two lead case detectives along with Detective Sims, who's sitting with us at council table, correct?
Correct.
And as part of being a lead case detective in this case, you've been aware of various locations that have been discussed in this case where remains have been found?
Yes.
Yesterday, the jury heard from Kat, who displayed a map, a screenshot of a Snapchat map to everyone. When you saw that, were you aware of where that location was?
Yes, I was.
And just now, Miss Stefano? I think I got it right. The court reporter nodded. When she testified, are you aware of that location that she's describing?
I am.
Are you very familiar with that area?
I am.
How so?
I used to work patrol for the sheriff's office, and that was one of my areas of responsibility. So I would frequently be in that area. The town of Roxbury was part of my beat. I would, patrol Highway 188, Jensen Road, or Old Highway 60, as some would call it. It is one of the most northwesternmost parts of the county. Once you were to drive past that on 188, you would leave our county. So it was kind of a common turnaround if you were in that area.
Sure. And that location that Kat had the map of, you're aware drone footage was later taken of that area?
Yes.
And is that Exhibit 55?
Yes, it is.
The city we see across the river on the top right corner of Exhibit 55, what city is that?
Prairie du Sac is across the river.
And I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as Exhibit number 121, 122. Are those aerial photographs of this area?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit number 123 and 124. What are these?
Those are pictures of Chandler Halderson.
In the course of your investigation, were witnesses who had previously been in contact with Mr. Halderson talked to you about any photographs they might have of him?
Yes.
And did a witness provide some photographs of him shirtless, kind of by a tree?
Yes, 2 photos.
And did that witness take those photographs, or did she just have them because Mr. Halderson gave them to her?
She just had those photos.
Okay. I'll move 122, 120, or excuse me, 121, 122, 123, and 124.
Any objection?
None.
They are received.
I'll move to publish.
You may.
And then, Judge, if you want to turn on HDMI left. And just briefly, this is 532 that we looked at yesterday, the map that Kat was able to provide to law enforcement.
Yes.
And then 121, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be a drone photograph of the Highway 60 bridge. Jensen Road, or Old Highway 60, would be directly beneath the drone here. So this is a picture facing north.
Okay. 122, what are we looking at there?
Similar, it's a drone photograph taken. Jensen Road would be directly beneath, or approximately directly beneath the drone. We're facing to the west. This is going to be Prairie du Sac in the background.
Okay.
Wisconsin River, obviously, in the photograph also.
Okay. 123, is this one of those photographs of Mr. Halderson that you were able to obtain from someone?
Yes.
And I guess I'll ask, are you knowledgeable of who the photographer was?
I am not.
You yourself have had opportunities to see Mr. Halderson in person, correct?
Correct.
Including in that several hour-long interview we just watched?
Yes.
And does that appear to you to be Chandler Halderson?
Definitely.
And then 124, just a different type of picture?
Yes.
You're aware ultimately that some items were discovered on that public land that's right there?
I am aware.
What town is that in?
The town of Roxbury.
Now, is the town of Roxbury a town that has police station, post office, things like that?
It does not. It's a very remote area.
Is that location in Dane County, Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
And it is in fact the location that you've seen on drone footage and you are aware of in this investigation where any human remains were found, is that location in Dane County, Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time?
Cross-examination?
Detective, those photographs of Mr. Halderson came from an ex-girlfriend
Correct.
who contacted your agency?
I forget how contact was made, whether she contacted us or we contacted her. I don't recall.
So part of the investigation was certainly contacting people who know or knew of Mr.
Correct.
Halderson, correct?
Yes.
Nothing else, thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Detective, you may return back to council table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Brown or Raymond?
State would next call Warden Ryan Caputo.
No, it was, yeah, I agree, Michelle. It was the farthest thing from sexy. That had serial killer vibes, standing there with a machete.
Good afternoon, sir. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference, but you're not forced to. That will be up to you.
Okay, I'll leave it on. Thank you.
Very good. Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name, spelling both your first and last for the record?
Ryan Caputo, RyanCaputo,
How are you employed?
with the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources as a conservation warden.
As a conservation warden. And is that a sworn member of law enforcement?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to pull that mic just a little bit closer.
Okay.
There's
Is this
moderate
better?
Fans, yes.
Okay.
And in mid-July, July 14th to be exact, of 2021, were you working in your capacity as a DNR warden?
Yes.
And on that day, what was your assigned tasks or duties?
To help out the Dane County Sheriff's Office with searching a piece of state property for any evidence associated with the Halderson case.
Okay. And how did that search go about? How many coworkers were with you and what was the plan?
As far as how many people were there, I don't remember. There were 3 other wardens that were there, and the plan was just to divide it up into 3 different parcels essentially and search those thoroughly, and I searched the southernmost area.
And how do you search those areas thoroughly?
By walking through them and trying to stay as close as possible to each other to make sure that you're not missing anything that might be between each other.
Okay. Just what is that area? How would you describe it to somebody who had never been there?
Yeah, it's part of the Lower Wisconsin Riverway, so it's just wildlife area, a lot of trees, some open grassland type of stuff, and it leads up to the river. Pretty thick with weeds that time of year, in July. A lot of smartweed, pretty thick area overall.
Is it open to the public, private, or something else?
It's public land and is open to the public.
What sort of things do people use that land for if they visit it, if you know?
A lot of times it's hiking or going over to the river to go fishing, maybe even sightseeing, seeing bald eagles and so on. And then, any other use somebody could think of for it, I guess.
And then the winter, there's snowmobile trails in that area?
Yep, there's a snowmobile trail that runs through it.
And what town is it located near?
Well, it's located, I guess, in the town of Roxbury for the most part. I mean, there's a lot of different sections of it, but the biggest city would be Sauk City or Prairie du Sac.
Okay. And the search took place on July 14th?
Yes.
I'm going to have you look over. There's a large photograph there. Is that part of the area that you searched?
Yes.
So we're going to do this a little bit differently today. In order for the jury to see more detail on the photos, we're actually going to hand everyone out a copy. I will go over the exhibits though first, and I'm going to present one of these pamphlets to you to make sure that the exhibits are what is in this booklet.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm going to present you with exhibits 125 through 131, just as a group in one sentence, not individually. How would you describe exhibits 125 through 131? You can look through them. That's perfectly fine.
So you want me just to describe it as a group, as to just?
Yep. What are those photos of?
This is just a representation of the area that we searched as well as what we found.
Okay. And that on the July 14th, 2021 search.
Correct.
And do those appear to be true and accurate photos of that, what you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move exhibit 125 through, you got these all out of order for me, 131.
No objection. They
Okay,
are received into
now,
evidence.
let's put them in order. Okay. Now what I need you to do is, I'm giving you one of these booklets. I want you to just compare and make sure that the 125 here is what is 125 in the booklet.
To the best of my knowledge, it is, yes.
Okay, and let's continue on.
Same thing for 126. 127 looks to be correct. 128 looks to be correct. 129 looks to be correct. 130 looks to be correct. And 131 looks to be correct.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would ask to distribute booklets containing exhibits 125 through 131 to each member of the jury.
Folks, we are doing this, or I should say the state is doing this in a slightly different procedure than other exhibits. And obviously, as you may gather, similarly to the presentation yesterday, I think the state intends to demonstrate a step-by-step look of the discovery, culminating in what was discovered, which of course becomes the most or more sensitive or disturbing of the photos. You'll have these in front of you instead of on the screen. The same admonition that I gave yesterday applies today. You have to be able to have said you saw it, but whether you then look away, close the booklet, look at the picture, examine, that's solely up to your discretion as a juror. I will only say this, don't turn ahead. And if you are going to engage in a closing of the booklet and then reopening to the next page, just make sure your hand stays in the proper place so that you know that I have to turn one more page and that you're not stumbling or going ahead, because I believe the state does want to present these to you in the order prepared in the booklet. You won't be keeping the booklets. They'll be returned when we're finished with this exhibit, but we're anticipating that this is an alternate method of showing things to you that we're going to attempt at this time. Go right ahead.
Yes, should allow for more detail observation. The exhibit number is in the lower right-hand corner. If you would take one and pass them on.
Whenever you're ready, counsel. Or did you want were you going to take full? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I look up, I'll actually see that we're still distributing. Thanks. Go right ahead.
All right. Warden, I would ask that you look at Exhibit 125, and could you explain to the jury what picture 125 is of?
The picture 125 is an aerial photo of, on the center of it, you can see where the body parts are located that myself and Kevin Gruber, who were part of the search party, what we located. The larger group of it, there's still another piece of human remains that were found that would be, if you're looking at the picture, if you look above it, you see a gap, it would be to the right of that, somewhere in that area. But this is the largest grouping, that red spot that you see.
And at this point, what did you think that red area was? Did you know when you first began?
Yes, when I approached it, I saw toes and a foot and part of a leg and so on, so I knew I had found human remains at that point.
Okay. Let's turn the page to Exhibit 126. Could you please describe for the jury what 126 displays?
Same thing as I had described before.
So again, the search area.
Correct. The search area, what we had located, and maybe a little bit of better definition, a different angle for sure. And this obviously just a little bit shortly after we had located the parts.
And let's flip the page to page 127. What area in Exhibit 127 is the remains, or how would you describe it?
Where you see the person wearing blue at the bottom of the photograph, kind of towards the center of it. If you go up on the page, you see a green tree, and then above that, you see, I'd say it looks red in the photograph. You can see an outline, or you can see a human leg in there.
And let's flip to page 128. How would you describe Exhibit 128?
What I had found for human remains.
I don't think we get to
Just
see
a
Marty.
closer
I think
view.
these
Correct.
are the
And at this point, did you think it was one leg, two legs, or
gross
something else?
pictures.
I didn't stick around long enough to figure it out
Sure. And why was that?
because it's gross.
Fair enough. You called the medical examiner.
Correct.
And
I
others.
had notified the sheriff's office what I had located, and it's theirs to take over from that point.
Sure. Exhibit 129, is that just a further zoomed in view?
Correct.
Judy lies
Turning to
you.
Exhibit 130, is that the general area of the location?
Yeah, it looks to be, a lot of the riverway down there looks very similar to that, but you can see kind of out in the waterway, you can see that piece of sand out there. That's very consistent with that portion of the riverway. There's an island out there.
All right. And then flipping finally to Exhibit 131. We have a picture of a singular tree. Now in the background of Exhibit 131, there's a white tent. What is the white tent?
The white tent is where the human remains were located.
Okay. And now I'm going to, at some point during this investigation where you showed pictures of a young man hanging from a tree.
I at least remember him being next to the tree, I think with his foot up next to it, yes.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to show you what we've previously seen as Exhibits 123 and 124. Are one or both of those the pictures that you were shown in the course of this investigation of this tree?
Picture 123 is, yes. I do not recall 124.
Okay, fair enough. So picture 123, the one leg up. And in looking around that area, did you recognize this location?
Yeah, it appeared to be closer to the river from where we had been located at, where we had found the human remains.
Okay. And you found a tree that at least looked consistent with the tree pictured in Exhibit 123?
Yes, I was a forestry major at UW-Stevens Point, so I've been around trees a little bit, and I was able to look at the photograph and figure out it was an elm tree, or at least appeared to be an elm tree. And then there's a dot or a knob on the bottom of the tree that's very consistent with the photograph that you just showed me there.
Okay. Warden, I just have one or two basic questions about, that white tent area, the place where the human remains were found, how far away is it from that tree? Roughly.
Roughly, I'd say approximately 100, maybe 120 yards.
Okay. Does the DNR have a dive team?
No,
Does the DNR ever have civilians participate in searches in the water and in a diving capacity?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Warden. I heard you use the word consistent when describing the tree in the photograph with the man and the tree that you found on the banks of the Wisconsin River. Is that right?
Yes,
So it's fair to assume that your testimony isn't that it is absolutely the same tree. Your testimony is that it's consistent.
it looks to be the same tree to me.
But you used the word consistent, correct?
If that's what you're saying, then I probably did, yes.
You don't know for certain that that's the same tree.
I can't say for certain that it's the same tree, but it looks to me like it is the same tree.
Now, can you say that that photograph was taken very close in time to when you saw the tree?
Which photograph are you talking about?
The photograph of the young man that you compared to the trees in the area.
I don't know when that photograph was taken. I think I had been told maybe it was like a year before, but I don't recall for sure.
So your information as to when that photograph was taken comes from what you were told, not in your tree analysis skills, correct?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Sure.
It was a bitchy question.
The tree that
Tree
you
analysis
found
skills.
that's consistent to the tree in the photograph. You don't know whether that photograph was taken the same year as you found that tree or a different year that you found the tree based on what you were able to observe on the tree that you found, correct?
Correct. Their trees don't have dates on them. I would not be able to see exactly when the picture was to everything else. So, yeah, no.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released?
He may. And would you like me to collect the exhibits?
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Should I collect the exhibits?
I think we should, yes, go ahead, counsel. If you can pass the booklets back down, counsel will collect those. Thank you. Yeah, we'll keep them there for now. We won't get them confused with exhibits. For the moment.
All right, the state calls Kevin Gruber to the stand. Can you switch back?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
If you're able to do so safely and responsibly, preferably we could testify without our mask if you were comfortable with that.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Kevin Gruber, Kevin Gruber.
How are you employed?
I work full-time for the city of Middleton as a paramedic,
And I work part-time for the Dane County Sheriff's Office Tactical Response Team as a medic for them.
Okay. And were you working in your capacity as part of the tactical response team as a medic on July 14th of 2021?
Yes, I believe that's the date.
And on that day, did you participate in a search near the Roxbury area?
Yes.
How would you describe that search? How many coworkers were out there and what were you guys tasked with?
So the entire team was tasked that day with a search of that wooded area. There's roughly 30 people on our team with the other medics and the rest of the sheriff's deputies. And that morning there were some additional personnel too. I don't know if there were other sheriff's deputies from other counties, but there was some DNR wardens there as well to help with that search.
And I mean, how did this search occur? Did you guys walk arm in arm, spread out, something different?
So in the morning, everybody that was involved that day kind of gathered in that area, and then we were briefed on what we were going to be doing that day, and they kind of instructed us to break down into some smaller groups or teams, and then methodically search this wooded area that they wanted us to look for any sort of evidence that could pertain to this case.
And you described it as a wooded area. So trees, was the grass short, high, something else?
Yeah, there's lots of trees. It's right off of the Wisconsin River, so there's plenty of water around too, little pockets of ponds and stuff like that. I don't think the grass was really too long that day, but plenty wooded, yes.
I'm about to approach you and I'm going to show you exhibits 132 through 138. Because these are kind of detailed photos, we're going to end up giving the jury these little booklets. So I'm not only going to ask you to describe the photos, I'm going to ask you to tell me whether or not the photos in these booklets are the same as these photos. So if you just want to look briefly and maybe give one sentence as a group as to what 132 through 138 describe.
So there are photos of what we found that day when we were doing our woods searching.
Okay, and do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed that day?
That is what I observed that day, yes.
I would move exhibits 132 through 138 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
All right, now I will move the pictures, but I'd like you to compare the picture. Is 132 that I'm showing you the same as 132 in the booklet?
It is.
Wiggles, we think so much alike.
I have them backwards. 133, the same?
It is.
134,
Yes.
135,
Yes.
136,
Yes.
137,
Yes.
and finally 138.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I will let you have these, and I will pass out exhibits for the jury. Okay, you don't need to do that. Okay, counsel has one. I'll give one to the judge. And
Naturally, folks, the same
And we
advisement
will
and
do
admonition
half here,
applies
and I'll
to
start
these
half in the
exhibits.
back up here. Everybody get one? All right. So, Mr. Gruber, could you please describe Exhibit 132 to the jury?
This is a picture of the grassy wooded area. the area that we were searching that day along the Wisconsin River.
Okay. And why don't we move on to Exhibit 133? What are we looking at here?
This looks like the area where we found the stuff in the pictures. It's maybe like the first part of where we initially found the stuff in the pictures.
And did you first see what you found, smell it, or something else?
My first indication in the area was the smell.
Okay. Let's turn to Exhibit 134. How would you describe Exhibit 134?
This is just a kind of a different view of, there was almost a little separation between the two different places where we found the stuff that we were looking for.
All right. Exhibit 135.
So this is a closer up picture of the first item that we found that was in that area that day.
Okay. And turn the page to 136.
And this is a close-up picture of the kind of the second items that we found that day searching that wooded area.
And what was the distance, if any, between what you found in Exhibit 135 and Exhibit 136?
A rough estimate of maybe 30 yards.
Okay. All right, let's turn to 137. Is that the same thing that we were looking at in Exhibit 135?
Correct.
And again, 138, just a different view.
Correct.
What did you do once you and your team had found these parts?
So we were, as we're searching the wooded areas, we're spread out to cover more ground, but, within sight of each other and making sure that we're, doing the methodical search. Once we encountered these and decided that it was not, that it was maybe something of interest, then I immediately called our team commander and alerted him that there was something here that the detectives should probably come take a look at. So then we kind of just stopped so we didn't disturb the area anymore and had more people come down to take over.
And were you part of the team that marked the area with flags or no?
I don't remember whose idea that was, but there was kind of this path along the wooded area that was easier to get in and out of instead of walking around. So we did kind of, a couple of us put some flags in to mark an area that we all came in at the same point.
And is that an attempt to disrupt the scene as little as possible?
That was our thoughts, yeah.
Okay. And how would you describe what you found?
Initially, there was, the smell of it. And then as we got closer, we'll use picture 137. That morning when we were told to go search, we weren't given specifics as to what we were searching for, just anything of interest. It being a wooded area, it was not immediately apparent what that would have been, a smaller piece. So that's when another member that was out searching kind of went closer. And at first we couldn't quite determine what that piece was because it was separated from the picture in, it was like 30 yards, I said, from 136. We didn't see that first. We saw first in the 137. So it wasn't immediately apparent what it was until we found the other piece that was more apparent as to what that would be.
And what do you believe it was?
Body parts. Okay. Looks like a foot and a leg.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released from his subpoena?
Yes and yes.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll take the exhibits.
Thank you.
And we'll collect the booklets at this time, folks.
witness for today is Deputy Jim Plenty.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, sir. If you're able to if you're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference if you're comfortable doing so. Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy, this is the first time you're testifying in this trial, right?
Correct.
But not the last.
Correct.
Okay, so I would ask you to state both your first and last name for the record and spell both.
James Plenty, James, Plenty, Plenty.
How are you employed?
Employed with the Dane County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff.
And were you employed as such on July 14th of 2021?
Correct.
And on that day, were you assigned to a search or to assist with the search in the Roxbury area in Dane County?
Correct.
And at some point, some body parts are found. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe what was found?
On this DNR property in the township of Roxbury, it was discovered that there was, in one location, 3 items that were all in the exact same location, probably touching each other. One appeared to be a right leg from the foot all the way up to near where the hip socket would be on that leg. The other 2, one was a left foot that was severed just above the ankle, and the other item, I wasn't able to identify what it was, but later was identified as being the upper thigh.
And were you part of the process of collecting these remains that were found on that DNR land?
I was present, and I had taken photo documentation of those items as that happened.
Can you describe the process? How were they collected?
The medical examiner's office had completed the collection of them. It was an individual from the ME's office, an investigator, along with Dr. Rogalska, that had done the collection. The items were collected and placed into a body bag and then sealed.
Okay. And then somebody from your department remained with those remains until they were arrived at the ME's office?
I had stayed on scene to continue to document, so I wasn't part of that.
But generally, that's the practice, is that somebody from your department maintains and goes to the ME's office.
I'm not sure if we would do that all the time.
Okay, all right.
But it would be sealed, and the ME's office would have custody of remains from any type of scene.
Absolutely, along with the crime scene unit that would have gone and documented the scene. And you were part of that crime scene unit of taking photos in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused for today?
You may. Can we approach?
Yes, I understand. Can I let him go?
Yeah, just a minute, yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
I understand you are still under subpoena, but you're excused for today, sir. Thank you very much. Well, Attorney Raymond mentioned final witness, and I'm not going to make her a liar to you. We're going to have one more piece of information or evidence submitted to you at this time. And again, it is through stipulation of the parties. As I told you a day or two ago, when the attorneys and or defendant agree to certain facts and stipulate to the same, these are provided to you and you must take these as being true. So in this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorney have stipulated to the following. The human remains consisting of a male torso located at the Earlywine Road property on July 8, 2021 is Bart Halderson. The DNA sample taken from the torso by the Dane County Medical Examiner and transported to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, labeled as item B, is a true and accurate standard of Bart Halderson's blood and DNA. Item 3, the human remains consisting of 2 female legs located on the town of Roxbury, Wisconsin River property on July 14, 2021 is Krista Halderson. The DNA sample taken from the legs by the Dane County Medical Examiner and transported to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, labeled as item K1, small letter A, as well as the toothbrush head labeled as item 1, capital letter I1, are true and accurate standards of Krista Halderson's DNA. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we are going to be adjourning for the weekend. I come from a fairly large family, and we always do our Christmas celebration the weekend or two after Christmas, so nobody has to be out of their homes. And when we get together, we can have upwards of 40 people. I'm not going. I'm not going because I can't expose myself to that many people from different places and be true to your obligation to us here to try and do your best to remain safe and healthy during this period of time. So obviously, I'm not telling you what to do with the time you're away from here, but keep that in the back of your mind and do stay healthy and take every step that you can to remain healthy. At the same time, as I've said every evening, rest. As I've said as well, place everything out of your mind and do not think about, discuss, investigate, research, or inadvertently become exposed to any media source, news, print, television, electronic, or discussions with others about this case. You have been incredible during this week, and I appreciate so much your time. I believe that counsel tells me that from the state's perspective in presenting its case in chief, we are on track. And I appreciate their efforts in that as well. There's a lot to do next week, so do get a good rest and do please take the best care you can of yourselves and don't take any steps or allow anything to happen to you, either as far as your health or as far as your knowledge and understanding of this case. Just be well, and we'll see you so that we can start at 8:45 on Monday. And I hope for warmer weather. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Folks, I'll inquire whether anyone was exposed to any information, discussions, conversations, research, or inadvertent or intentional seeking out of information during the lunch break. I see no hands. Thanks very much. We'll continue. Attorney Brown.
The state calls Jill DeStefano.
Hang on. He said lunch break. This shouldn't be a lunch break.
Gentleman right there.
Because they just broke for the weekend, so this should not be a lunch break. We're not doing out of order again. Well, wait a minute. Okay, I'm confused. Detective Elizabeth Allen. There's police interview. Day 4, Jill DeStefano. Day 4, Jill DeStefano. Wait a minute, what happened? Are those the same one twice? I think that's the same one twice. He just said he doesn't watch movies. I think this is the same one twice because it's both day 4. It's the same person's name. It's the same exact length. I think that's the same one twice. We're going to have to stop at 2 o'clock, though, guys. We're not going to get all the way through this one. Because I got to go to the doctor.
Thanks. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. I want to remind you of what I said about climate control within the room, although I'm feeling cooler air now, so maybe we've been able to adjust the temperature. It was kind of warm when we started today. So I hope you are comfortable, and if there's anything you need in that regard, please let
R.I.P. Alan Rickman.
we do have a fan that he set up to try and get a little more direct circulation for you. Before we begin with the resumption of the state's case in chief, is there anyone in the panel who was exposed to any information over the weekend, unintentionally or intentionally sought out any further information about this case, or participated in or overheard discussions about the evidence, the case, the parties, the witnesses, etc.? I see no hands. Thanks very much. Let's begin. Attorney Brown.
The state will call Jessime Torres.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give
I don't
in
care if
this
it's
matter
been
is
long.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth? I do.
I don't care.
Good morning. I would ask, if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, if you could testify without a mask this morning. Is that all right with you?
Yes, that is.
Go ahead and remove your mask then, please. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Good morning. My name is Jessime Torres, spelled Jessamy. Torres is Torres.
And what do you do for a
Spell it
living?
right? Yes,
I'm a
you're
lieutenant
right.
with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
Could you tell us what the role of a lieutenant is, in perhaps in contrast to, we've already heard from maybe some deputies and some detectives. What is a lieutenant?
My house is
So a
stinky.
lieutenant is a supervisor over
Have
the
old dogs.
deputies, detectives, sergeants. And in my opinion, my role as a supervisor is to assist the people that are doing the job, help them in any way that I can to do the best job that they can under those circumstances.
In early July of last year, were you asked to kind of perform in that role as a lieutenant regarding a few days of a search of the Irwin Road property here in Dane County?
Yes, I was.
And was that in relation to the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What was your role as one of these people out there who is maybe higher ranking? What was your role on the property?
Well, so I was out there 2 different days, and my role was just kind of to be the overall supervisor of the scene. Both days that I was present at the Irwin Road property, I primarily interacted with the property owners. They were very distraught and emotional. So I spent a lot of the majority of my time talking with them and trying to keep them calm so that the detectives and the deputies on scene could do their jobs.
So while we're going to hear probably a lot today from people who found things on the property, you weren't one of those people out physically digging through things most of the time?
Most of the time, correct.
Okay. What days, first of all, let's start with, I think Detective Baberstock testified that the torso was found on the 8th. How long was the property kept, and when was it finally released back to Cress as out of the custody of the Dane County Sheriff's Department?
So we turned the property back over to Cress on Monday, July 12th.
Okay, so it was the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. At some points those days, the Sheriff's Department was out there from the finding of the torso to the release. It was within your purview or within your custody?
Yes.
Okay. And the property itself, could you describe the general property for us? I think the jury's seen pictures, but what was your view of the property?
So it was a rural property. There was a main residential building. There was an outbuilding, which would be best described as a large barn. There was a smaller outbuilding that held chickens. And then the property consisted of acreage, I would estimate, I don't know the exact number, but maybe 30 to 35 acres of varying topographical design. There was a large field with overgrowth that was maybe 12, 15 acres, and then surrounding that was wooded property.
And if we look at this map, which has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 57, when you talk about the field that was overgrowth, are you talking about this part of the image that's on the right side?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
I think you said you were out there for 2 days. Were there 2 main days of searches after the initial finding of things, the day of the torso and the garbage bin and things of that sort on the 8th?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. After the torso and the garbage bin were found by Detective Baberstock on the 8th, were there 2 primary days of searching that occurred after that you were involved in?
Yes, 2 days that I was involved in. Saturday, July 10th in the morning, and then Monday, July 12th in the morning.
And could you give us let's start with, I suppose, just because we talked about it, the field. Was that field searched, that grassy field?
How did we go about doing that? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask when this picture was taken?
Sure, and those are law enforcement vehicles out there, so sometime later, but while law enforcement was out there.
So the one field, I had actually spoke with Cress about it. She was letting it grow natural to try and bring back bee populations. So there was a large portion that had, I would say, need to waist-high natural growth. There was some small shrubberies, there was thorns, there was tall grass. So on Saturday, July 10th was when we did a line search of that area.
And what do you mean by a line search?
So everyone that was there to assist that day, we briefed ahead of time out in the field near this barn. And then what we did was we lined up. We tried to maintain an equal distance amongst each officer, not too far, but not too close. And then we just systematically started at one end and walked in a line down till we got to the other end. If anyone saw anything that was of interest, they would say stop, and we'd all stop. If the line ever kind of got off canter where one side was, we would stop and reline up. And so we'd keep walking till we got to the end, kind of turn the line, rotate the line around where the last person was, and go back up.
Based on what you know or any of your knowledge, was anything of evidentiary value found in that big field?
No.
Going to maybe more the wooded portion, were the woods searched to the extent you could?
Yes, it was my understanding that the woods had been searched prior, that there had been detectives that had gone through there. But we also did, as we searched the field part, we also made our line kind of overlap with the wooded part, and it was common to, when we would turn, overlap, have someone overlap the last where that end person had gone, to make sure that we aren't potentially missing anything.
And absent what Detective Baberstock and the other detectives have maybe talked about finding the first day on the 8th, Was anything found in the woods in your line search?
No, not on the day that I was there.
Now, there was a residence, a house on this property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that home searched at some point?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So that home was also searched on Monday, July 12th.
And the homeowner, was the homeowner there, Kress?
Yes, Cress was.
And was anything of evidentiary value related ultimately to the case found in the house?
No, no items of evidence were collected other than photographic evidence.
The driveway leading all the way through, I know it looked like a long windy driveway down to the road. Was that area in general searched?
Yes, that would have been on Saturday, the 10th, when we did the land and the property search. We also covered that the land all the way down to the road, and we even walked along the roadway.
And I think we'll hear from that deputy later, but it'd be fair to say something of evidentiary value was found in that driveway up to the road search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now there's a shed, a barn on this property. Was that barn searched?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me, based on what you know, how many folks were searching it and maybe how they go about something like that?
So on Monday, July 12th, there was 6, myself, and then 6 deputies, well, 2 deputies and 4 detectives. So we briefed ahead of time, and the way that that barn was searched was all 6 went in. I was in and out, asking if there was anything I could do to help or assist, but then also back at the residence with Cress. But the way the search was completed, as any search that I've been involved with, everyone coordinates and talks amongst themselves, and will start in an area and communicate with their partners. I'll start here, you start here, we'll meet in the middle, and they just kind of systematically go through the building, doing their best to cover searching every area that they can.
Can you describe this barn?
Yes, it was a large barn. I don't know the exact dimensions, but I would say it could probably have fit in maybe 12 cars. Inside the barn, there was a SUV parked. There were 2 tractors, the ones that have kind of a single seat tractor, farm tractor. There was also a workbench area. There was a lot of tools. In the center of the barn, there was piled high, various boxes and Tupperware containers, not Tupperware. What's the word I'm looking for? The plastic boxes like you put your decorations in. And then there was also some kind of shelving along that had things stored there. A lot of old dusty tools.
And I think you mentioned that, the property released back to Cress on the 12th?
Yes.
When you left on the 12th, were you comfortable with the property had been searched at that time and giving it back to the homeowner?
Yes, I was comfortable that we'd done the best that we could. And had there been any question about, for me, whether we should stay longer, I would have told Cress we're going to stay longer.
Sure. At that stage in the investigation, were there other areas that needed to be searched by maybe even some of the same sheriff's deputies that were there?
Yes.
Just in general, what types of areas were you aware of that ultimately had to be searched?
My understanding, in addition to that property on Early Wind, there was the primary residence. There was some wooded DNR land. There was waterways. And then there was also a large landfill.
Sure. Were you later made aware a couple months after your search that the homeowner found a rifle in that barn?
Yes, I was.
And possible you missed it in the original search?
Yes.
Any explanation or what could you say about that?
What I could say about that is that I'm confident that the detectives and the deputies I was supervising that day were doing the best they could. It was a vast property. There was a lot of items in there. And if it was missed during our search, it was oversight or human error.
Sure. Sometimes searches aren't 100% effective.
I'd say we always do the best we can, but it would be naive to say we get 100% every time. We try our best.
Sure. No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Lieutenant Torres, from July 8th to July 12th, I believe that's when you said that the property was under your custody or Dane County Sheriff's custody. Is that correct?
To the best of my understanding, I wasn't there when the scene was initiated. So my only involvement with the case was on the July 10th and July 12th.
As your role as lieutenant, would you be able to know if the property was under, well, let me backtrack. So we learned earlier last week that during the search of the Oak Springs location, there was constantly someone from law enforcement that was guarding that location. Are you aware if that same thing happened here in the Erwin location?
I'm not familiar with the location that you just referenced, but what I can say is the Erwin location from when the official word was that we were guarding it as a crime scene, we staffed a deputy there 24/7.
So it was constantly being looked at from the time you determined it was a crime scene to the time you released it on the 12th?
Yes, I can say we constantly had a deputy there.
And your role in lieutenant, if something was found, something of evidentiary value was found in that location, were you informed of that?
At that time?
Yes.
Yes. The only item of evidentiary value that was collected either of the 2 days would have been on Saturday, the 10th, by Detective Dan Feeney.
Okay. Now, drawing your attention to the search of the barn, it's been called a barn or a shed. You said you were there that day, correct?
I was, yes.
Approximately how many hours were devoted to searching this barn?
I can't say for certain how many hours we were in the barn, but we arrived at that property probably about 8 a.m. And I believe the time that we all left, that the last law enforcement left, was about 11:30
So 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
And could you describe a little bit more about how the search in the barn was conducted? You told us earlier about a line search and kind of gave us a detailed explanation on how that was conducted. Could you do something like that for the search of the barn?
Sure. So whenever deputies and detectives have to search a big building like that, they coordinate amongst themselves and they walk in and they communicate with each other. I'll start here, you start there, we'll meet in the middle, for example. So under that day, again, I was in and out, so I wasn't directly watching everyone that was searching the entire time. But I do know, and I did observe the deputies and detectives communicating in that typical way of, I've searched this area, okay, now this is the area we have to do next, and moving through the building like that.
And then did you feel like a thorough search of that barn was conducted that day?
At that day and that time, I felt as though we had done the best that we could to find evidence.
So then later that day on the 12th was when the property was released back to the property owner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing of evidentiary value was located in that property until later in October, I believe, correct?
That's my understanding, but I was not involved in the case after July 12th.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Nothing further. The witness will be released but remaining under subpoena.
Oh, so you're excused, but you remain under
Yes.
subpoena and are not released yet from your subpoena, so don't talk about the case, but you are free to go, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
today.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Take care.
Why does the judge always sound confused when he says that? That's not a confusing concept. Free to go, but you're not released from your subpoena. That's not confusing at all, Judge.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to
You always sound confused.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
If you feel you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be the preference here, if you're able to do that.
Sure.
And thank you so much. Go right ahead, counsel.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last names?
Deputy Eric Schneider, E-R-I-K,
Schneider.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dane County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy out of the Southeast Precinct and a member of the Dane County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit.
Oh,
Tell
that
me
voice
about that.
doesn't go with
What does
that
that mean,
face.
that you're a member of the Dane County Sheriff's Crime Scene Unit?
My full-time position is patrol, but we also have some people that assist the two primary crime scene unit deputies, Greg Leatherberry and Jim Plenty. So if they are unavailable or there's a particularly large or complicated scene, I will come out and I will work with them.
Have you gone through any training to become part of the crime scene unit?
I have.
Can you just briefly describe that for the jury?
There's a state crime lab evidence school that I attended, a 5-day, week-long school. There's an additional state lab photography course. I've done additional training, a buried body course that we put on ourselves. Off the top of my head, that's additional training.
And as part of that training, learning how to collect items of evidence in a way that is both safe but also preserves the evidence?
Yes.
All right, I think I will ask you a little bit about that individually. I'm now going to approach you with some photos, exhibit 144 through 157. In this case in particular, one of the ways in which you worked as a crime scene unit deputy was at the Irwin property?
Yes.
Could you just briefly look through exhibits 144 through 157? And as a group, would you describe exhibits 144 through 157 as photographs of the Irwin Road property during the search?
Yes.
Or at least some of them?
Yes.
There's many more. Do they appear to be true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
I would move 144 through 157 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you. They are received.
And I will leave them up here in case you need to reference them. But what I'm going to play on the screen will also show up on your little screen. Okay. So how would you describe exhibit 108 on your screen? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Now, the property in question had a large barn or a shed. The immediate area around it was mowed, and beyond that was a large area of like prairie and a wood line. This is a section of the mowed grass butting up against that prairie to the south of the barn.
And do you see an oil drum in that photograph?
Yes.
How would you describe exhibit 109?
There was a cut, I think you see there an odd-shaped cut on the north side of that oil drum, and inside were some items.
And 110 shows some of those items inside?
Yes, a saw blade, a scissors, and a smaller saw with like a chrome or a metal handle, and a bolt cutters.
All right, and that's 112.
Or shears, yes.
All right, how did you package these various items? So let's start first with 139, which is the pruning shears. How did you collect and package them?
So at that time, I had CSI Greg Leatherberry with me. He made a determination we're going to remove the items, and it just so happened that my arm span was long enough that I could reach them because they were deep inside the oil drum. So just using regular nitrile evidence gloves, I reached in, I was able to pull them out one at a time without touching areas that looked like they had stains. We laid them out on paper, and then CSI Leatherberry collected them in whatever packaging he used.
And why do you wear gloves?
To preserve the evidence, to keep it from either losing evidence or us from contaminating it.
And do you change your gloves in between touching different items?
Depending, yes.
And every time, well, I'm going to approach you now with Exhibit 139. These are the pruning shears. Yep. Okay. And Exhibit 139 has various stickers on it. Are some of those stickers, though, identification stickers from your office?
Yes.
And why is that done?
Anything that is taken and put into evidence will have a unique tag number cataloging it.
Okay. And this appears to have all the correct stickers.
It does.
I'm going to ask you to open Exhibit 139. There. So. And Deputy, you're going to write a report after testifying here today. Is that fair? Because you are opening up evidence?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
It's just to preserve the chain of custody.
So anytime anybody opens up a box or an envelope that has evidence tape on it.
I didn't
a
realize
report
they
is
had to
written
do
about
that.
That encounter with the evidence.
Yes.
There's also a little knife if you prefer that.
Would this be a good point for the stipulation on chain of custody?
Yes, that's fine.
As the deputy is opening this item of evidence, with regard to much of the physical evidence here, the parties have entered into a stipulation, which I'll read to you at this time. Once again, in this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Throughout the investigation into the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson, many pieces of evidence were collected from the Halderson home, the Earlywine Road property, and the Roxbury, Wisconsin River land. These items of evidence were securely transported to various locations, including the medical examiner's office, the crime lab, to police evidence lockers, and ultimately to the courtroom. In some cases, there is a dispute that the evidence was not handled correctly, or that there is some dispute to the authenticity of the evidence. That is not the case here. The parties stipulate that there is no dispute to the chain of custody or authenticity of these items of evidence. The parties stipulate these items have remained in secure custody since being collected by police and have not been tampered with or altered in any way outside of the testing performed by the experts involved in this case. These items of evidence include the following. Number one, the human remains located at Earlywine Road and in the town of Roxbury. Number two, all items collected from the Earlywine Road property. Number three, all items collected from the Halderson home in Windsor, Wisconsin. Number four, all items of evidence tested by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA, fingerprints, footwear impressions, ballistics, and trace fit testing. And finally, number five, all swabs of purported DNA and blood, including the DNA sample taken from Chandler Halderson and Mitchell Halderson. Go ahead.
Deputy, could you please describe Exhibit 139? You can unwrap it further if you need to.
Do you want me to remove it from the ties as well?
Why don't you just describe it first?
The item in question is the large pruning shears, I guess they are, with red paint on the handle.
And do those appear to be the same or in substantially the same condition as when you retrieved them from the Irwin Road property?
Yes.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 139 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
All right. Are they connected to the box or just no? Deputy, why don't you pick those up out of the box? Watch your step, but walk them in front of the jury, please. All right. If you want to put them back in the box. This is 140. Okay, thank you. And Deputy, I'm now approaching you with what has been marked as Exhibit 140. Could you please open up Exhibit 140? How would you describe Exhibit 140?
Exhibit 140 is the smaller saw that we saw in the picture of the oil drum with the chrome colored handle.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 140 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would ask that you repeat the same procedure and show the jury.
It's still tied in. Would you like me to remove it all the way?
Yeah, if it's not too difficult.
Attorney Raymond, I wonder if we move the water pitcher, if it might give the deputy a little more room.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. And if you want to place that one back in the box, 140. And I'll give you a minute to change your gloves. Here's a waste can. Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 141. Could you please open up the box and tell us what 141 is?
Exhibit 141 is the broken saw blade from that oil drum that we saw in the picture.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 141 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
I think this one could probably stay in the box, but do you want to display that to the jury, please? If you want to close that box and change your gloves. I'm not going to change my gloves because I'm just handling the box. Could you please open Exhibit 142? And how would you describe Exhibit 142?
Exhibit 142 is the scissors with the red handle from inside the drum.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They are.
I would ask to move 142 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, will you display for the jury? That's the last piece of physical evidence for the moment. If you just want to remove your gloves, that would be fine. Deputy, did you participate at any point in the search of the barn or shed, as it's been called, on the Irwin Road property?
Yes.
And would you describe Exhibit 144 as displayed on your screen?
Exhibit 144 is the large barn or shed in question that you're talking about.
And Exhibit 145, what does it display?
A portion of the interior of the barn.
There's lots of stuff in the barn.
There is a lot of stuff in the barn.
Exhibit 146, what does 146 display?
146 is probably the eastern portion of the barn. The two entrances face north-south to the barn. So if you're coming in from the north, which faces the house, to your left would be this area.
And 147, what does that display?
147 is a silver gray colored tarp that was located, I believe the night of the 8th, when the first night we were at the property.
So that was the night that the torso was discovered?
Correct.
And is it fair to say this was found during like a cursory search of the barn?
Yes, while we were waiting for the search warrant to be finalized, we had the medical examiner's office out there, and the director, Erman, had his canine. So while we were waiting, we thought we would utilize the canine while we had it to see if we could find anything, and it led us directly to that tarp.
And of course, at this point, Crest had given you folks permission to be on
Yes.
her property and search.
Okay. Oh. Okay. We're gonna stop there, unfortunately. I hate stopping in the middle of a video, but I have to go to the doctor. So we're gonna stop there and pick up where we left off at 8 in the morning, and I will see you guys then. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you in the morning at 8 o'clock. Have a great afternoon and evening. Bye, guys.